Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 4 hours of Bathurst, and it is gonna be a blazer here at HsRxERA and DGSR. My name is Stephen Koenig, and later in the box we're going to have the one, the only, Darius, who's not only going to be behind the microphone for the first time joining with me, and, well, we're going to try and get the surname right, but we're also going to have him coming out of a 24-hour endurance race that is happening at the beautiful home, I think it's Barcelona, but we'll have a chat with him later. We're going to be concentrating on tonight, as it is going to be an absolute huge run here at Mount Panorama, where the drivers are going to test their might for 4 hours. And to add a little bit more spice to it, we've had the finger touch of random weather. So we may see rain, we may see shine, we may see everything coming during the course of this race. And we have had the drivers saying, listen, let's do something fun. Let's make it a multi-class here at Bathurst. Let's have our GT4s and our GT3s going around the track here at the mountain. Absolutely love it, and love to see the competition.
Hello, Stephen. I am back.
Everyone's joining. Well, and joining in the commentary box, as you just heard coming through, is the one, the only, Darius. Welcome back, Darius. Now, we've got currently practice on at the moment, and we have said that you're joining us in the box during the 24-hour. We do know that you did leave for a short moment. Your team had a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment during your 24. For all our viewers out there that may hear Darius come in and out, you mind just enlightening what's been going on your side, so we have a bit of an idea?
Oh yeah, from my side. So we're driving the 24 hours of Spa for QRT. In the 911 Porsche, so the Porsche with the number 911, they're all 911s, but bear with me here. So I got asked to substitute out for a driver that got down with a cold or a flu, whatever. And I woke up today with a massive cold and a massive headache. So I'm no better than the driver that I'm substituting. I've lost about a second pace per lap. And yeah, so overall it's not been going well, but we're still within the top 15, so it could be worse.
Well,
could be worse.
Well, I've got to say, better than the driver that's definitely come in. You've proven to be one of the most effective of the drivers that we see. But Darius, 4 hours of Bathurst, interesting times, and with multi-class racing nonetheless. This is going to be fun but chaotic up and down through the mountain. From your experience here at Bathurst, give us a bit of an idea of what the drivers are going to be facing during the course of this race.
Oh, the first thing that the drivers have to face or have to face off against is their own impatience. Because as soon as you get impatient on lap 1, you usually ruin the race for like 10 cars or 20 cars behind you, depending on the spot. So the first things the drivers have to watch out for is themselves and how fast they really want to go through something. Because as you might know, as soon as shit hits the fan in Bathurst, everything's going down the drain.
Well, that's it.
So
if it's going to go big, it's going to go really big.
Yeah. So this will definitely be interesting to see.
I've got to say, the incorporation of the GT4s, honestly close to my heart. I love the GT4s to pieces. It's one of those cars that if you can get right are so satisfying to drive. But if you can't get it right, it will be one of the most punishing cars. Doesn't matter. GT3 tends to have a little bit more forgiveness, I would think. But we have noticed quite a few interesting factors. Lots of Lexus returning to the circuit, along with the McLarens. We do know the McLarens is a strong favorite. Ford Mustangs. And in the GT4s, lots of Mercedes. Any idea roughly of why that would be a thing?
Oh, the Mercedes is probably the best bet to GT4 cars in an all-round perspective. So the GT4 Mercedes is pretty stable. It's not that it wants to kill you all the time. You have to suffer through the understeer, but in general, the Mercedes is a very forgiving GT4 car. So when you make a mistake, the Mercedes usually compensates for that. As for the Lexus, I'm all for the Lexus. The more Lexus, the merrier. And I'm guessing people are just picking the Lexus because the Lexus, or the Toyota as we lovingly refer it to, the Toyota will absolutely go bonkers on the straight. And look at that, Stephen! Look at that dripping on the window. We are facing a rain start here at Bathurst, people.
Oh, the finger touch does not go and disappoint, but it's always going to be a great one. Now it's going to be all hands on deck for the 4 hours of Bathurst and finding out what's going to happen, because just running a few practice sessions, you were in the dry, now it gets to wet. I've got to say, as a driver, this would make me rather nervous to be on the grid thinking, maybe we've got a problem here. Matt High starting out at the sharp end of the field with the GT3s in the Aston Martin for the Fry Guys Motorsport with OND, which I do want to go and give a shout out in the grandstands. First one to go and stick a flag up in the air had to be Aidan Howard, and then Rev Up also going and jumping in and saying how's it as well. Aidan Carter of OND will be having a bit of fun. And then we've got Benjamin Heisem of Revolt Racing. They've also been on quite a charge of late in the endurance, trying to get a little bit quicker. But it's a very strong field for the Onid Racing team, going and locking out first, second, and fourth at the moment. So this is going to be a bit of a wild one. And then we've got Kirisam of Sono Angel going to be having a bit of fun a little bit further back. Then we've got our bright Americans, Eric Broadman of the Strutrut and 992s going and having a bit of fun. Got to say that some of the names in the field rather exciting, Darius. And that does really show off what the racing's all about. Yes, high intensity competition where you're duking it out against some of the best in the world. But you've got to take your hat off to a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek cheek that comes out of it as well.
Oh, definitely. Everyone loves a good pop culture reference, and I definitely like the Stuttgart and the 992s, and then not driving a Porsche. I like that.
Just to add a little bit to it.
Oh no, they are in the Porsche. They're not the Mustang. I confused them with the Mustang. I'm sorry.
It's all fine, but I mean, taking into mind you racing an endurance race, what's the mindset that the drivers are going to have to take now that the rain's coming down a little bit harder, everyone having to just take note of that? What does it mean for the teams during the course of the race? And especially, we cannot take away going at the back end of the field. We do have our GT4s. They're going to be looking at this and going, well, this is going to get interesting.
Oh, definitely. Especially with the start and those conditions, it might get a lot more difficult because not every team has a dedicated rain driver most of the time. You've got that one guy that's just better in the rain than the rest, right? And now we've reached a point, now that we're on the grid and you can't switch around drivers anymore, people might be in the weeds because their best wet drivers are currently not in the car. And if you have a closer look at the weather conditions, we're looking at the next 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, this rate of rain, and then the rain will stop, given to the forecast. So people might actually have to decide whether they want to drive wet or dry tires. So we will see a lot of different approaches and strategy for this one, and I'm all in for it, because this proves for interesting racing. If you just keep a cool head with this, you might roll with it.
Well, I've got to say the one thing that's going to be the most interesting part is the tactics, because we do know on a full tank, you can roughly get about an hour to an hour and 10 minutes in a GT3. GT4, you can go a little bit longer. You can carry a little bit into it. But are you willing to go that length? I mean, 4 hours is a difficult one. We do know there's a multitude of drivers, from 2 to 3 drivers in a car, just to make, carry on. But what does that mean for your strategies? Because in the rain, you're going to save a bit of fuel because you're not on the gas as often. But in the dry, you're on the gas a bit more. And I'm looking at my screen, and Darius, I'm not seeing as much of the rain.
Yeah, the rain's kind of disappeared now.
It's the finger touch, I'm telling you.
Definitely.
He's got his finger on the button, and he is waiting to turn on the sprinklers yet again. So this would have modified the situation again, because now that you've geared yourself up to handle with the rain, conditions change. in the next 3 minutes, it's all changed. Yeah.
I mean, you can if you go on board with the cars, you can still see a light drizzle, but I doubt this will be enough for a complete wet setup.
No, this is.
I mean, the gamble might be the dry tires, but then again, you have to look out for them. If you drive dry tires on wet surfaces, you're definitely wearing the tires out more. So the strategy question is definitely what will play into this race start.
Oh, I've got to say, I'm rather excited about this, and I can tell you the entire grandstand is coming alive out there with everyone tuning in from their homes and being in the virtual grandstand. Big welcome to everyone. Welcome to this magnificent, magnificent race. And we are getting ready to start it off for the HsRxERAxDGSR. 4 hours of Bathurst. 3 different communities. Now the drizzle's coming down again. And a little bit harder this time around as we go Tim jumping to a different camera. This is a nightmare situation for anyone who's going and thinking, I've got this, I don't got this, I got this, I don't got this. If I'm a driver in the car, the first thing I'm going to be asking is, listen, what are we going to do here? How are we going to get around this? This is going to be a difficult one. But let's go through the running order. We have got the Fry Guys Motorsport in first place. Second is Own It Racing with Aidan Carter. Third place, Revolt Racing, followed by Own It Racing Stronger, and then HsR Esports. Followed by Kerry Sam, the Stuttgart and 992s in the Porsche. Still think it's a pretty cool name. Good tongue-in-cheek, and also driven by Americans. So how's that for a bit of a swap up there? Team WRT running in 8th place. Own It Racing in 9th. The Own It Simhound Rookies running in 10th place. They've come with a huge force here tonight. Own It Simhound Rookies in 11th. And Own It Racing in 12th. Tobias Koller going to be running in the Lamborghini with Revolt Racing in 14th place. Aidan Hamilton Cooper. BS Motorsports are going to be running in the Mustang in 15th, followed by Nibs Racing. A little bit further down, 17th is Own It Simhound Rookies, yet again going and having a bit of fun there in the Ferrari 296. Personally, not my favorite Ferrari, but hey, I guess some people enjoy it. The Repsol.
Oh, you don't have to tell me about Ferraris.
Yeah, no, I think a certain 488, when it got replaced, went and rubbed a few people the wrong way, and I think you and I were the first ones to be rather vocal about it. The Vidcook Racing is running in 19th. 20th is McLaren Racing, and also, not a big fan of the 720S, prefer the GT4, the 650, but it's good to see they've got some McLarens out there. Emil Fry, Lexus Racing, Beachburg Racing, followed by Sky Tempest Racing. And then we carry on down the order. HsR, RKR, followed by Gojo Racing, Nerbs Racing Division, followed by A, with Professional Hater going and having a bit of fun out there. Then we've got Own It Racing in first of our GT4s in the McLaren. As you can see, a lot better than the 720S. The Enduro Livery, Johan Brun, followed by Own It Racing GT4 Manic. We've got the Good Smile Racing, followed by B&W Sim Racing, and one of the only B&W GT4s out on circuit. Bit sad, but Bailey Stewart going to be having a bit of fun with the car nonetheless. Aston Martin Racing will have Premha, followed by Alpine Esports Series. That's Julius Corneli. Red Comet Sim Racing, Joseph German behind the wheel, and then Full Motorsport Ernest Lumbricks going and running the Audi. But different to what we usually see him on Sunday night. A absolutely stacked field, huge amount of talent. You've been on the track with these drivers, and, well, give us a bit of an idea of the caliber of drivers that we currently have on track looking to duke it out for the next 4 hours of racing.
Oh, definitely. I can tell you, I think I've raced Mr. Aidan Carter from Own It at some point in an endurance race, and Aidan is relentless. Man's completely one of the fastest drivers I've ever seen in endurance, and so goddamn consistent. And seeing him just getting out the Lexus just for shits and giggles, just for fun, I'm definitely all here for. Just from the personal note of drivers I've raced, like Mr. Dvorak is also one of the faster drivers here. No, he's not. Don't don't mistake him for a slow driver. He might be in the middle of the pack, but usually he ends up on the top end. Somewhere on the podium or just below the podium is usually where Marek ends up. And he just makes that up by sheer consistency. And looking out for all the other drivers I know, I'm rooting for the Nissan. For two of my long lost friends, Mr. Wall and Mr. Knight in the Nissan. I'm looking forward to seeing them. And yeah, I think that's all we have to say.
It's going to be a wild one as they come down to the line. Lights on, lights on, lights on. Windscreen wipers ablaze. And lights off, we go racing for the start of the 4 hours of Bathurst. Everyone heading into Hell's Corner, as it does look like Matt High off to a great start, keeping Aiden at bay. And now the Aston Martin comes through. But take a look at the train, the GT4s even getting stuck into the mix. But it's Aiden Carter and Matt High. Down the main straight they go, side by side. The Aston Martin locking down the inside line, hard on the anchors, forcing the Lexus out wide, still side by side. These drivers are not giving it anything, and now Benjamin in third place with the Ford Mustang looking to get into the fray, as eventually Aiden Carter goes and gets ahead of Matt High. Matt now having to rethink his positioning as Benjamin's all over the back of him. A little bit further back, we got Peter chasing him down, Matt Jordan trying to get into the fray as well, but it looks like a very, very clean start all around for our drivers, which is quite uncommon, and everyone was expecting a monster pile-up into turn 1, and so far that's been proven, well, not gonna happen.
Yeah, out of 37 cars, we actually have no collisions so far. I'm actually impressed, and there's a BMW stopping on the side of Skyline. That's Hagen. That's gonna cause a bit of trouble. No, they're all getting through. They're all getting through unscathed.
He did foul up one of the GT4s, and that was Bailey Stewart that unfortunately got held up and lost out of position to Dennis Visman, who has managed to get ahead. The little Merc trying to chase down one of the very few Alpines that are out there on the track, punching away at the rest of the cars. I gotta say, it's one of those little bugs that you always want to support. Ben Brown, getting unstable, jumps across. Oh man!
Oh god!
Ahead of his own teammates, he survived. But now it's the rejoin and the redress, and with all the cars, another one falling off the track, and that is one of our McLarens. That is Dan Stevens that's off on the circuit as well. So the number 93 landed in a bit of a problem and is just all unsteady. It went all wrong. It was excitement, it was craziness, and then it went wrong. Let's go on board with Dan Stevens on the 93 as he was chasing down the Conrad straight. Looked all okay. Down the gears. He had a collision from behind, and that was unfortunately the turn of events there. So he's down.
And that's Charlie Morgan pulling through with the other Ownit guys past the Porsche of the Stuttgart and the 992s. Both Ownit Lexus just took Mr. Bortman round the inside off turn 2. Absolutely beautiful teamwork there.
Well, Eric Bortman's going to have to get a little bit elbows out to the racing, but we do see Remco Tom a little bit slow as well, as he landed up with a bit of a problem. But I do see out on track Ben Brown, who is facing the wrong way for the Ownit Racing on a blind bend. This is not how he wanted to start his race early on. Thomas Hagen also gone out of shape for Nerbs Racing. He's trying to get himself recovered after a bit of a problem. So a few drivers landing up with a bit of an issue in the earliest parts of the race. Not quite where we thought it would be, but now we got Marek Dominik onto the back of Eric Bodeman, and now Eric's going to have to keep a very close eye, as he's just going to be punching a hole in the air for the likes of Dovrik, who is going to get into the toe, pull himself along. That big BMW is going to make life extremely difficult for the Porsche ahead of him. So Darius, I've got to say, this is a bit of exciting stuff, but with early on, do you want to really push this hard for the start of the race, or is it more of a settle down, or do you think the drivers need to push this hard to try and get their positions to try and settle things down? I mean, Max Farrell is not backing down from the fight. He's going late on the anchors to try and get underneath Marek, and just couldn't get it all done.
I mean, at the start of the race, I mean, yeah, of course you can gain early positions by that, but you might have to want to look out for your tires, especially since they're most vulnerable to damage in the first 2 laps till they're really in the temperature window. But for all the drivers that got caught up in collisions like Hayter or Stevens, who are running at the back,
Thomas Hagen has stopped on the Forest elbow.
Oh, what happened there?
I'm going to try and find out, but he was stopped for a while there, and unfortunately, that's going to cost him a fair amount. The Forest elbow is a bit of a tricky one. So this is coming down the dipper, heading towards the Forest elbow, and we've seen him land in a few problems. It just stopped. He just stopped. What is going on with that 417? He's stopped down the Conrad Straight again. There is something really, really wrong with that car, and unfortunately, it keeps coming to a halt.
I'm sensing technical issues, Stephen, at this point. Something's not right with this car. Something's not right.
Well, unfortunately for the drivers, they're going to get the yellow flags and get a monster fright as they come down the Conrad Straight. Aiden Carter, the first one to see it, is managing to get his way through. Thankfully, off the racing line, but it does go and kill off any opportunity for overtakes. But let's take a look at the GT4s as we got Johan Braun and Stephen Brain going and fighting it out. The McLaren doing everything he can to try and reclaim that first place, but it does look like that we got Mr. Brain, who is absolutely at the top of the game at the moment, going and holding their inside defensive line and is going to make a huge impact, but we have got the little Honda chasing him down along with one of our Aston Martins. Hayter going and giving a quick flash to the lights. Will go and just say, hey, let me by. Unfortunately, some having a bit of a tough time out there. Dovidek getting a little bit more defensive with Max Farrell now, who's lost out of position. So Max has lost out a little bit of a run, and that has allowed Merrick to move his way up through the order. So definitely some difficult times for some. Tobias Kuller and Andy Throp going and chasing each other. Andy going to put a little bit of pressure onto that back of the Lamborghini, but climbing up the hill, going to be a little bit more gentle. That's going to allow Dennis to get into the fray. I've got to ask Darius, I mean, in this situation, knowing that there's a car stuck out on the circuit, what is going to be going through the mind of these drivers at the moment as they try and work their way through? I mean, this is definitely not ideal circuit.
I mean, given how complicated Bathurst is and how much focus it demands of you as a driver to actually keep in like competitive race times, the one thought that would be lingering in the back of my head would be, please let that BMW be somewhere else. And that's Dvorak spun down the straight of Styline. Hey, bad place to be, bad place to be.
Very second-hand BMW by the looks of it. Now he's trying to get himself back up the hill just to see what's going on. But unfortunately, that is the number 69 that ate the wall harder than ever. So let's go and take a quick look at what happened to that little number 69, and this was a little bit early on where he had a bit of a collision. So dipped a wheel off a circuit. I think that might have been the start of the woes. And he had a little bit of side contact.
Another car in the wall. That's Dan Stevens.
Okay, so we're having multiple yellow flags, folks, for a few drivers.
Oh, that's the Aston GT4. Oh, that doesn't look good.
Okay, so
already returned to garage.
Alright, so unfortunately, number 69 ate it into the wall, and the GT4 that got returned to the garage was the number 86. Let's quickly take a look at what happened to the 86. And this was coming up the hill, heading towards Skyline, seeing a bit of a slow Lexus on the way through. Tried to avoid and just ricocheted everywhere. Thankfully, no one else gone into a little bit of problem, but Prem, unfortunately, landing up, smashing the car, and playing a little bit of ping pong on the way through, as we do see Dovrik coming into the pits. Now, damage to the car like this, how bad is it for the planning in a 4-hour? Because this is a pit stop within the first 5 laps of a race.
I mean, the general strategy about this would be just to get through with the least amount of pit stops you can get. So I'd say 4 pit stops. But like damage like this makes the car undrivable. So you have to return to garage, but you don't really want to, but you kind of have to stay in competition. So this puts Dvorak at an extra stop for the entirety of the race. So we'll put him right up to the back of the field, and we're not talking like 20 seconds of damage with that impact. That impact looked massive. So I'd say we're not talking less than a minute. So he will be there for a while. And this hurts your entire race. You will end up a lap down, maybe even 2. So that's not something you're planning for. You just hope that you can avoid it. And if it happens, you kind of have to go from there. Turns into a recovery drive.
Just the whole mental shift, the whole game shift needed to make your way through. A great fight, I've got to say. Closest battles out on track has to be our GT4s. First and second are in a monumental fight, and these two, well, going hammer and tongs at one another, are having to keep an eye on the rearview mirrors for the impending GT3s that will be closing at a rate of knots. And Max Farrell onto the backs of Tobias Kuhler, now trying to also make up a bit of time. There is so much happening out on the track. The dynamics of the race has definitely changed. How helpful is it for like the Owned Racing team that have got teammates working with one another versus, well, like Max Farrell, who unfortunately lost our position to Tobias, who just launched it up on the inside?
I mean, if working with teammates makes it easier, it takes a lot of strain from you as a driver. I mean, I've driven like 2.5 hours of Bathurst in a row, and I can tell you, like, you're beat after the first 1.5 hours. It's such a taxing track when you try to actually make up places. When you try to be fast around here, when you push yourself to the limit, it's like one of the most exhausting tracks there is. So having a teammate you can rely on when you're just feeling like, oh, I have to get out of the car, I can no longer push, I need a break. That's something of a comfort zone and something of a fail-safe that gives you some security in the race. And doing that all by yourself, not having this security, has to be extremely taxing for the drivers, physically and mentally.
I've got to say, just adding in having drivers out on track as well, when you see kick up of dust as we just saw from Bathurst, who had to just be a little bit more cautious out towards Skyline, being a little bit more worried about there, not wanting to get caught out. I mean, Skyline is a dangerous part of the circuit as the whole steering lightens up underneath you. Lewis Knight, though, going and showing what the Godzilla can do to Aiden Hamilton Cooper, just ahead of him in the Ferrari 296, the Revolt Racing, having to get elbows out with one of the older cars on the track and doing a great job there. Andy Throp going and fighting out with Dennis Kimito, who actually managed to get ahead and now looking to try and run away, as they do see Max landing up in the dirt. He's doing everything he can to fight Tobias tooth and nail at this point.
Yeah, and also the GT4 class is also looking very interesting. You've got Mr. Brunn completely glued to the back of Mr. Bain down the mountain. You've got Mr. Scott glued to, oh my god, Mr. HsRxERAxDGSR, I think would be the name, glued to Mr. HsRxERAxDGSR's Alpine on the climb of the mountain, but lost out just a little bit on the downhill, just a little bit, that he can't get close enough to actually get the opportunity to go for a dive into the chase. This is proving to be very, very interesting, Stephen.
And then you can't go and count out like Christian now making his way past Ernest Lundbriggs. The GT3s that got caught out, they are now trying to reclaim positions, and that is not blue flags that are being waved. So you're having to guess whether there's for a position, is it worth fighting? And, well, you haven't got really the color codes to work you with it.
And that's a mistake from HsRxERAxDGSR. Mr. Scott just overtook Mr. HsRxERAxDGSR out of the last corner. What happened there? The Alpine was right on track on exit.
So let's
Has he missed the exit?
Let's try and take a look. Let's go for a quick replay. He looked like he was going to go late on the brakes, sent it, dipped the nose down quite a bit, carried it too much momentum, and nearly clipped the wall on the way through. Hater nearly into the back of both GT4s, not quite expecting them to be that slow through the corner. So Hater managing to get the climb, but unfortunately the Alpine carrying a little bit too much pace into the corner, and the brakes just not quite on par where it needs to be. But Hater getting a 10-second penalty as our stewards are now starting to do the work. This is something we need to touch on because, Darius, you're also a steward in multiple series, but now handing out, well, this is doing the work that people don't really enjoy getting, but 10 seconds and now you're trying to carve your way through. What does this mean for Hater as he tries to reclaim some positions, but 10 seconds added to his next pit stop?
I mean, the 10 seconds, I mean, usually you don't get a penalty for nothing.
Into the wall on the way down as well.
Oh, that's unlucky. Yeah, usually you don't get a penalty for nothing. Usually you get a penalty because you've done something bad. It's not like we like handing out penalties, and giving the amount of work usually handing out penalties inclines. I mean, I've done the 4 hours of Spa all by myself. So, this is a lot of work, and it can get to you at some point. Just sitting there for 4 hours, looking at incidents, trying to maintain neutrality if people do incidents again, if they do the same mistake again, and stuff like that, and just trying to keep a level head and look at every incident unbiased, no matter what. That kind of gets to you after like 2 hours maximum. So after 4 hours of stewarding, you're usually like worn out as much as it gets.
Well, unfortunately for our driver going and trying to make his way through, this is definitely a tough time. As Hater does get past Brent, now he's going to look at Steven. So he's got past Johan. Bailey Stewart though, facing the wrong way out of the final corner and just trying to get himself turned around. That BMW looking a bit second-hand as well. So a few mistakes creeping in, and we haven't even reached the hour mark. It's only been 16 minutes, and so far there has been some tough times out there for all. Lewis Knight onto the back of Adam Hamilton Cooper, and he is keeping a huge amount of pressure. Lewis is one of those feisty drivers, but you can't count out Adam has been on a bit of a climb at the moment in terms of performance. These two drivers have gone elbow to elbow in ERA more than once. They know each other rather well in that, but it's great to see it. Max still chasing down Tobias as well as he tries to go side by side heading up the chase, and the Lexus might have the advantage here, but the Lamborghini not moving out of the way. Tobias going and putting the door to door up against Max and saying, you're not going to pass me right now, you're going to have to earn your way up to the climb. Absolutely phenomenal fighting for a lot of our drivers. Nick Mendez onto the back of Charlie Morgan now. Well, sorry, this is not Charlie Morgan. This is Bailey Stewart. The GT4 fouling up both the owner sim around rookie cars as they try and make their way around the course. Very, very difficult. And as you said, patience is key. It is virtue. But that through Skyline is definitely not what you want to be running through.
No, definitely not. You don't want to see a damaged car going down the mountain or up into Skyline. You don't want to find a damaged car. If it's your class, so if it's a GT3 on GT3, that's something different because they still have some speed. But if you get caught off guard on top of a mountain by a damaged GT4, which is like doing 80 kilometers less than you are, has less aero, so won't go up and down the mountain as good as a GT3, the speed difference might just catch you off guard. And if you're not paying attention, you're definitely ending up in a collision. So patience and paying attention and not overdoing it is definitely the key around the mountain. And now we've got Mr. Brown with a 5-second penalty, but also glued to the bumper of Mr. Hamilton Cooper, and that's the McLaren in the wall.
Oh no!
Hey.
Hamilton Cooper going and taking a bit of a knock, and it just does not make things any easier for him as he tries to make his way through. Let's actually jump on board and see that steering, unfortunately, 45-degree angle to keep the wheels straight. That is an absolute nightmare.
We've got a yellow. That's a Mustang parked up out of turn 1. That's Mr. Haysom, I think.
That is, it's Benjamin Haysom, but Adam Hamilton Cooper was trying for the last minute, watching his mirrors of Lewis Knight, just avoided. I mean, Darius, take a look at this from the likes of Adam's view. Let's go on board with a helmet. We're seeing a slowed down, well, a dead stop Mustang. Check down the straight. Oh my god, it's not there. Somebody change his underpants, because that was definitely gone and changed the color of the seat. I think he was expecting a slipstream and, well, didn't quite get it.
And now we have Mr. Fengler in the commentary box with us. Hello, Christian.
Hello, I thought I'd do the YouTube chat a favour and let you know that your in-game sound is not present on the stream, and Darius, you are somehow overly too loud, like it sounds like you're screaming into a tin can.
Okay.
So let's try and modify that to get that up and going. The sound should be there. Looking at here. Let's just go for a quick confirmation.
Okay.
Just keep an eye on the chat. I think they'll let you know. I don't know if I was just here to do a little hero work.
There we go. Right, so that should be a bit better. Have brought audio's a little bit more into check, so there should be Matthew Ullman saying you can hear. And alright, so
that looks good.
Alright, well,
So what about my noise level? Is that now usable or rather not? That's the good question now.
can
you
everyone
might
hear
have to-
Darius's beautiful voice? That's going to be the main one.
I would call it beautiful, Steve. I wouldn't go that far.
No, I want
It's
more
a
of like
it's a voice.
It works. I mean, anytime
It's a voice.
we get to have the legend, Max Farrell though, going and battling out with Andy Thromp as they climb up the hill, having a bit of a tough time. But for first place, take a look at this. Matt High and Aiden Carter chasing and fighting their way through. So it does look like they can hear you just fine.
I'm still pretty low. So Stephen, can you quickly turn me down in Discord?
Let's turn that down a little bit. Okay. There we go. That should
Does that work a bit better? Maybe you have to like turn down your Discord recording volume for OBS. Maybe that might be the case.
dropped it down quite a bit now. Let's see, folks, is that a little bit better for Darius? So Darius, just take us
I mean,
take
oh
us
god,
through.
yeah. So I actually have to talk now. Yeah. So just looking at it, I'm currently glued to Mr. High and Mr. Carter. Mr. High is still catching down Mr. Carter down to 0.3. So we're actually looking at a battle for the lead right now.
I gotta say, Matt High doing everything he can onto the back of Aiden Carter. Alright, so alright. Looks like we managed to get the audio. Hey! It only took a paramedic to try and figure out what it can do. And Christian to jump in and do the hero's work. Darius,
Well,
you're
looking
a
at
pro
an
driver.
interesting pack here.
You're
I
a
mean,
pro
I wouldn't
driver,
call
I'm a
myself
paramedic.
pro, but
I would say so. For Matt High, putting pressure onto the back of Aiden Carter as they chase each other up the hill, take us through what may be the fight here for the likes of Matt High, as they technically sister cars, but at the same time, not really.
I mean, Matt has to keep up with Mr. Carter all the way down till the mountain, and he has to get him at some point where the track is not straight, because he cannot keep up with the Lexus. The Lexus will just take a run for it as soon as it gets on the straight. So just my 2 cents in this, if I were Matt, I might actually look for an overtake going up and down the hill, because the only thing that keeps him close to the Lexus on the straight is the slipstream. So he has to get the slipstream every time they get to a straight, and he has to take his chances into corners, because once that Lexus starts to run, it won't stop.
Oh, I've got to say, beautiful to have the V8 leading out the pack, considering the nature of the circuit. The Bathurst 1000 is the V8 supercars. This is synonymous with big burly V8s, and at the moment we've got the Lexus going and leading out the pack. Matt High running in second, but it does look like there may be a problem in the future with a Lamborghini ahead of them. That's going to be a blue flag that they're going to have to make up some time during the course of the fight as well, as drivers are going to have to work that a little bit harder on the way through. I mean, this has been some great racing off the start of the pack, and you can go through the different fights. I mean, we saw Max Farrell, Tobias Kuller, Nick Mendes and Charlie Morgan are having a go at one another as well, as we do see the Onan Racing's going and fighting their way through. But let's go through the running order as it stands. It's Aiden Carter out in first place, Matt High in second. Then we got Peter Delnick, who you actually said keep an eye on him. He's one of these quick drivers that you can't count out. But I am going to talk about the crash that's just happened. Renko Tom and Matthias going and landing upside into one another. Let's try and see what happened to that 522, as it landed up with a bit of an ouch on the Conrad straight. So nose to tail racing down the Conrad straight, absolutely flat out, went for the defense on the outside, swept across, and unfortunately, oh man,
I clipped the curb and hit the Aston. Oh, that's unlucky. Turned in just a little bit too early, clipped the curb and landed in the side panel of the Aston, spun both of them round. That's unlucky.
Well, it landed up with the McLaren into the pits, and now trying to get some work done on the car. Definitely a tough time out there. So let's quickly go through the running order. Aiden Carter, Matt High, Peter Jelnick, Matt Jordan, Sona Angel, Neil Mendes running in 6th place, as he does get caught up behind one of the GT4s. Charlie Morgan will have to then just be very cautious on the chase. Eric Bodman, followed by Max Farrell, Tobias Kuhler, along Andy Thrupp now into the mix. And this has now become a 4-car train, a little bit of a bigger train, as Max Farrell, Tobias, and Andy are all on top of one another for 9th, 10th, and 11th position. Then going down into 12th, we've got Dennis Kamato, Adam Hamilton Cooper, Lewis Knight, Cedric Muir now behind the wheel of Gojo Racing, Jim Fox, Roadkill Racing. So Jim Fox having a bit of fun out there. Renko Tom, Ben Brown, Christian Vink, along with Matthias, who's unfortunately into the pits. Stephen Brown leading out our GD4s with Jan trying to chase him down. Matt Groger Scott running in 3rd, and then Joe Brodsky running in 4th of it. But it does look like he's going to have a tough time there, lying in 24th position. Dennis Weissman has then got to deal with Marek Dovik, who's one of our GT3s trying to make up some time. Joseph German in the likes of 27th, 28th, Ernest Lundbriggs, Bailey Stewart, who's had a tough time and still driving with all that damage on the GT4. That must be an absolute nightmare run for him. Philip Hamilton Cooper, Adrian Murad, and then we've got Mr. Hayter himself in 32nd. 33rd is Giles Colleen, Dan Stevens, Freddie Morelli, and Prem Hare along going and making their way through. Unfortunately, one car that's all the way down is Jordan Hobson of the Revolt Racing. They have had a little bit of a revolting time out on track.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. If your Mustang just decides to, shut off, then you have to turn it back on again. So he's definitely had an issue with technical difficulties, and that's so sad to see. If you're running up in the field and it's just technical difficulties throwing you back there, that's not something you'd like to see. And it always pains me to see this in drivers, because this ruins the racing most of the time. And now we've got Matt High glued to the bumper of Mr. Carter at 0.2 into the final corner. This is getting interesting again.
Renko Tom unfortunately went off circuit, and Ben Brown kind of closed off the track for him, so also got a little bit hairy as we just saw the replay of that. So definitely drivers are starting to feel some of the pressure and getting a bit worried about some of the fights happening out there. But we've now rejoined up with our leaders of Aiden Carter and Matt High as they chase each other down. I mean, this is very, very close racing off the bat. I mean, we're getting into the first half an hour of the race, and these two have not backed down from one another. What is it doing to the tires out there, considering it's 29 degrees track temperature?
I mean, yeah, of course, your tires won't like that, pushing like that for that long. Now, the only thing that, like, the Aston's good on tires, and the Lexus, depending on how it's set up, can also be very good on tires. Like, both have to kind of strain the tires as long as they can while trying to keep up pace, just to outrun the other out of the stint time. And then they'll probably keep this up till one of them makes a mistake or, like, cooks their tires way too early. So, I'm guessing those two are not done for the night. I think this might carry on for quite a bit.
This is definitely going to be one of those brawls that you're going to have to figure your way through. But also our GT4s, take a look at this. Matt Groger Scott going side by side with Jabrowski as they head down the Conrad Straight. This is heading up the chase. And now it does look like Matt managing to get ahead of Jabrowski. Goes and carries a lot of pace, but the Good Smile Racing not backing down. I've got to say, this little Alpine, as much as everyone doesn't go for a pick on it, is definitely one of those cars that, well, has proven itself to be a proper brawler when it needs to be.
I mean, the car literally weighs nothing. The small 4-cylinder baguette weighs nothing, and that's Mr. Kometo off track, and I think that's on top of Skyline.
That is.
Yeah, it is.
Skyline. He got it completely wrong, and the 44 landed up in a bit of carnage. But we've also got contact, which looks to be between the 18 and the 992. So let's quickly go to a replay on that and see what happened. Because here's the number 18. That is a GT4. That's Steven. And unfortunately, it looks like he had a bit of a run-in with a certain Lamborghini trying to go for the inside line, heading through the top of the hill. Ow!
That's dirty. Come on, have a bit of patience. It's a GT4, of course it will be slower. Just bide your time. You will get past the worries. No need to push a man into the wall.
Oh, Dennis clipping the dirt under braking, coming off the Conrad Straight, and now taking a very interesting way offline. And I think a little bit unsettled after his problem. Ben Brown going off to Jim Fox drag race. It is McLaren versus the likes of Alexis. Ow, bit of side-on contact between the two as they go under braking. Is Jim going to have the advantage though? Nope, it looks like it's going to be the Lexus around the outside.
Nice move from Mr. Van Brown, going around the outside of a car that has a lot more aerodynamics than the Lexus. I have to applaud that, very good maneuver.
I've got to point out though, does this tail for what's happening in Formula 1? Because technically the Lexus is a Toyota, and then we've got a McLaren.
I mean, maybe, who knows?
Haas,
in the future we might
McLaren.
see something interesting.
Well, we've technically got a Haas and a McLaren. It's roughly the same thing.
God, did I see that right? Hold on. I have to take a closer look at that, because I think Mr. Bain's McLaren is a bit... Yeah, Mr. Bain has hit the wall. Stephen Bain's hit the wall, and now the GT4 lead has gone to Mr. Brun.
Okay.
Ah, that's sad to see. That's sad to see.
And unfortunately, that is a bit of a problem. So let's see. That was Stephen Bain, who landed up getting knocked pretty hard early on, and now going and trying to make his way through, but once again into the wall for the number 18. Let's see if we can quickly take a look at what happened with that as we follow him through. This is heading towards the final corner, which has been a bane of everyone's existence so far, because everyone's pushing a fraction too hard and carrying so much speed.
Oh,
man.
That's a big lock up there. That McLaren does not look happy. I can tell you that much.
That McLaren is now looking like the Ferrari 296.
It's a bit dented, just a bit.
It's got the funny duddy nose, pretty much similar there. But unfortunately, that is going to be major repair work for the little Oned Racing 18 car. And unfortunately, from the leading GT4, qualified in first, now going to be spiraling down the order in a very, very difficult circumstance. I mean, first it was a collision up at the mountain, and then the final corner being an absolute hit against the wall. This is just... I don't know where to put it at this point. It's a bit of a problem, but a fight that's still raging on. Lewis Knight and Adam are still going at one another and not backing down from anything between the two. Now, let's go back in history. Bathurst 12-hour, Lewis driving the Nissan GTR. Let's go back to the Nissan GTR that was driven by PlayStation, the Gran Turismo Academy, that on the final lap went and won the entire race. The Nissan GTR incredibly strong around the circuit, lots of low-end torque that's able to pull itself out of corners up against the brand new and still a very successful car. The Ferrari 296, that V6 turbocharged, has got a lot of mid to high RPM that can pull it through, but unfortunately doesn't have the best in cornering, having a little bit of inherent understeer to it. What's your take onto that, Darius? I mean, you drive these cars a lot more than myself.
I mean, we're looking at a great battle of V6s though. I mean, the Nissan's also in a V6, and this is basically the fight of two philosophies. You've got the delicately designed Italian race car versus the Japanese race car that is just massive when you look at it and has got so much straight line speed that the Ferrari simply doesn't have. The Ferrari does not have the straight line speed. The Ferrari has got very great cornering, got great amount of downforce, but the Nissan has just the edge on the straight, which I think is what keeps Lewis as close to Mr. Cooper as you get. And if
got a bit of problem, that is a Aston Martin parked at the top of the hill, and everyone having to be very cautious as they come through the hill. Oh man, for Hater, reverse was the only point of recourse there for the number 64. But for every driver coming up the hill, that is just frightening to come and see. So let's take a look at what happened, because that was Hater and Freddie Morelli that went into one another. He's in the BMW, so Hater goes into the wall, loses it, bangs against the wall again. Freddie goes and slows it down, gently maneuvers his way around, and actually towed back to the pits. But Hater just limping the car around again. Oh man, this is frightening for any driver coming around. This is the scariest thing to see. But for Hater, you can't see anything out of the front windscreen. He's brought it to a stop and just waiting for the field to go through. But you can see that steering is bent as anything. And for anyone that's going to be driving around, I mean, let's take a look at Lewis Knight, who's trying to make his way through. He's chasing down one of the GT4s as they head through the chase. And
yeah, while we talked about Hater, Lewis lost it on Skyline and spun into the gravel trap, sadly. That's nothing you like to come and see. There's the damaged Aston, keeping out of the way, as you should.
Well, Lewis Knight had to really take the inside there, but unfortunately. But we take a look at Dennis, who's also sporting a bit of damage on the car, trying to straight line, and now has Lewis Knight firmly in his sights as they come charging down the Conrad Straight. And this is going to be a bit of a tough time under braking, tries to swing the nose of the Ferrari in. But Dennis going to be keeping it out for a close battle here. In Darius, we are seeing some mistakes creeping in for drivers early on in the race. Now, I don't think there is a single team here that is on their original plan that they started with.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Not given how the track started. Starting out greasy. All of the collisions that happened, the drivers that spun, that made mistakes.
At the top of the hill.
Oh God, that's a pile-up.
That's Charlie Morgan, Nick Mendes, and it does look like that's the 297. That is Bailey Stewart again landing in a bit of a problem. Wrong place, wrong time, and it looks like he was just coming up the hill a little bit slow. The Owned Racing team going and catching up onto the back of him. Now trying to figure out their way past. Bailey Stewart, though, trying to figure out where he can go. Up on the inside. Oh, contact with the two. Spin around, and it landed up with a sister car getting clipped on the way.
Oh, that also looks like a bit of hand of God, also known as netcode involved. Oh, that does not look good. I'm so sorry for the two owner drivers. That's the worst place you can actually meet a GT4. And then with the collision, that's not a good place to be in. I feel for them. I'm very sorry for them.
But you know what that has done to the running pack?
Definitely closed up everything.
Owned Racing is in first, with Fry Guys in second. Third place is Peter Jelnick. Matt Jordan now up into fourth. Sona Angel up into fifth. Eric Bowman into sixth. Charlie Morgan, who is now down the order, having to play a little bit of a climb with Max Farrell, as they are now, instead of being up towards the sharp end of the field, they have fallen down the pack. As we do see Tobias and Andy Thrupp going hand or foot at one another. Nick Mendes is down in 11th position. Oh, as Tobias gets it unsteady, coming off the grass and standing on the gas, trying to run away from the Mustang. It is the Bull versus the Stallion as they charge their way through. Mustang versus Lamborghini. What's going to win? Will the Bull charge through, or was it going to be the Mustang? Sends it up on the inside, gets it hooked in, and absolutely floors it to the ground.
Well done, well done. The Mustang's inherently very strong on the straight, but so is the Lamborghini. I didn't think he would actually catch that on, but given the small mistake from Tobias on the exit, I think the Mustang just had that little bit of an edge, what you need through the straight, just to get past the Lamborghini. Well done from him.
Great to see Ernest Umbrix moving out of the way for Adrian Murad, who is trying to make his way through as well. And I've got to wonder, because Aiden Cotter and Matt High have actually lost a bit of ground to one another. Matt High now 1.3 seconds behind, as we do see Aiden Cotter unfortunately getting a bit boxed in at the moment, trying to get past one of the backmarkers GT3s and getting past one of the GT4s. I do want to take my hat off to the McLaren though, utilizing the indicators in the way it needs to be done to signal where he's going to put the car, and that the opposite side is for the cars to get by. Not many drivers use the indicators, but those that do, a tip of the hat to you.
Definitely, definitely.
Oh,
and I mean, you spoke about, oh god, big one.
That was Tobias. What happened to Tobias? Unfortunately, that's down the Conrad straight, and I think he hit the wall so hard that it dropped him way down. He just went straight.
That looks like a disconnect. That's unlucky. That's a momentary disconnect or something like that. Oh, that's sad to see. That's sad to see. That ruins the race.
He hit the wall so hard he went to heaven?
Yeah, probably. That's what it looks like. I mean, what would you do hitting the wall with like 250 kilometers an hour?
You go and close your eyes, you wake up and you hit the pearly gates, and
yeah, definitely.
How did I get here?
To quote a very smart British man, it's not speed that kills you. Suddenly becoming stationary, that's what gets you.
Yep, that's definitely the case in that one, but unfortunately the team are going to have to work pretty hard to get the car back in. Thankfully, they can still get back into the race, so it isn't over yet. And we have had a couple of drivers, unfortunately, falling out, but they still have an opportunity to get back in the race and get going. That's one thing I've got to say about endurance racing. You can never quit. You don't know what the race is going to do. 3 hours and 16 minutes left of racing to go. You can still get in there. You might be a couple laps down, but it's worth just cycling those laps through. Just for your own
definitely.
mental sake, I would say to see the checkered flag.
Yeah. At this point, you've committed. Like, you've committed 4 hours for this. 4 hours of your life. So, just because, I mean, yeah, like, shit happens. You have an accident, that's it. But this is 4 hours. There's a lot that can happen in 4 hours. So, I wouldn't just give up on that. So just try to fight your way back. Make something out of it. Make it worth the evening. Make it worth your time.
that, I think, is the very true words, and coming from one of the top drivers in the world, Darius, definitely has to ring true. Well, I've got to ask you, Darius, now 3 hours and 15 minutes to go, hard racing, hot track as we've gone up a degree, now 30 degrees on track, drivers going and braking a bit later. What are we now to expect that these drivers are now facing during the course of this race? Because for like Andy Carter, or Aiden Carter, who's now caught behind one of the Alpines with Matt High, constantly knocking at the door, pushing as hard as he can, there can't be much left in these tires, and there can't be much left in these tanks.
I mean, the good thing about it is you kind of balance it out. Your tires get worse, but also you have less fuel in the car. So that kind of saves you. But as you said, like, the tires are reaching a point where they no longer want to exist. And depending on how hard you push them for the last 45 minutes, you might feel that a little bit more than some other drivers, and they will have the advantage in the last 15 minutes. So, depending how good you are at keeping your tires alive, the last 15 minutes might feel a lot less taxing than when you kill your tires in the first 20 minutes.
And one factor that we haven't touched on that ACC does love to pride its, well, two factors. One is flat spots, but the other is a little thing people tend to forget: brake fade, as those brakes cook themselves. Take us through what brake fade is and what it does to the car. How can you cope with a brake fade?
Oh, brake fade is a difficult thing. I mean, like, brake fade's normal in racing cars, depending on if you... I mean, we've got, like, short-distance sprint brakes, and we've got long-distance endurance brakes. Short-distance sprint brakes usually, like, end their usefulness at about, like, say, maximum 2 hours. You can stretch them to 4, but at a certain point you will definitely feel the fade in the brakes, where you either have to work with the balancing of the brakes to keep them in check, or you have to alter your braking points. And if you don't think about it, you will definitely notice the brake fade, because when you think, oh, I should have braked enough, I can turn in now, the car will just either go straight because it didn't slow down enough, or depending on how imbalanced the wear on your brakes is, your rears just might lock up. So brake fade is definitely something to keep an eye out for, and not to underestimate when it comes to that.
And with close racing like this, when you're sitting behind a driver, you're not getting as much airflow into those brake ducts as well. That is just pushing the temperatures up quite a bit, and it's very easy to be sucked into a fight, but really easy to forget that you are getting no aerodynamic pressure on the nose of your car and on the rear. That's going to get loose. Now everything's getting a bit warmer. Everything starts shuffling around. That's where the fights come in as a little bit difficult. Getting past the GT4s is a bit difficult. Neither the GT4s are getting a bit of aero wash, and that's, in other words, the air that's coming off the car that's off to the side. So have you ever gone on the highway, you drive past a truck, and suddenly you feel your car shift left to right as you're going past a truck, or having a caravan get past you, you feel that shift? That is an aero wash that's coming over, that lands up pushing you to the different sides of the circuit, and you've got to be so aware of it as well, because that also changes where the aerodynamics work on the car and where you position things, especially when you're heading up the chase for the likes of Matt High, who had to go a little bit hard on the brakes. But we do have a slow car making his way through. Unfortunately, one of the little Alpines looking a bit second hand. That is the number 1 car that is a bit broken.
Yes, that bonnet is not where it should be, and the little Alpine's looking very, very unhappy.
It's successfully gone from being the racing version Alpine to looking like a Renault Megane from the back. The early Renault Meganes. Well, it looks like same shape.
It looks like a Renault 5.
A bit bent out of shape, but don't worry about it. It may have the reliability.
It will buff out. It will buff out.
Don't worry about that. But Aiden Carter, though, definitely not enjoying being stuck behind one of the GT3s and now having a tough time. Matt High was constantly trying to figure out how to get by, but Aiden Carter not having an easy time, and suddenly the Aston Martin not backing down from the fight gave the advantage to Matt High to keep on his tail. I mean, Aiden Carter must be getting a bit frustrated with some of the traffic and constantly having his mirror completely full of an Aston Martin behind him. I mean, you would take a look on board of the rear wing and you can see how close that crazy livery of Matt High constantly on the back of him, hounding him at this point. Excuse the pun for Simhound, that's currently one of the sponsors there. But this is just a nightmare situation all the way through for Aiden Carter.
Oh yeah, definitely. And blue flags, and when you have to lap people or get past lower class cars, it's not something you can influence it to a somewhat degree, but you can't influence the time loss. Sometimes you just arrive at a bad time or a bad spot to get past people, and the guy behind you hits the perfect spot to get past them. So naturally you lose time. The only thing you can pray for in this situation is that he meets the blue flag in a similarly bad condition or corner. So then, to like outweigh the time loss, like blue flags can have so much of an impact in an endurance race or in a race overall. It's amazing.
But we've got to also talk about, we've got multiple different races happening at the moment. We've got our Pro Division, which is the white boards. Then we've got our Pro-Am, which is the silver boards, our AMs, which are the red boards, and then we've got our GT4s, which are red boards with the little blue triangle. So we've got 4 different races happening out on the circuit at once. And that does change it up, because you've got to be so respectful of not only the different classes that are racing in GT4 or GT3, but also, are you fighting your class in this race? Yes, an overall position is always fantastic, but for the likes of Marek Durvanek, who's trying to get the climb back to the Pro-Am division, he's going to have to get past Felix Haneke, who is running in 4th of our AM division in the GT3. It's always a difficult one, and you've got to weigh up the odds.
Yeah, you definitely have to weigh up the odds, because you don't want to ruin another driver's race that you're not even technically racing for position. I mean, they're racing for overall position, yes, but it's not like one of them would actually profit from that in their respective class. So you don't want to impede the driver too much by, picking a risky moment to overtake, but you also don't want to be stuck behind him, because they're most likely a lot slower per lap. We're talking 1 second to 2 seconds of time loss. That's not something you can sustain for a long amount of time if you still want to be in competition or in contention for any positions in class. So you have to pick your overtakes and where you approach the car very carefully, because you have to get by as fast as you can with about as minimal time loss as you can without posing a danger to the other driver. It's a lot to think about while, slinging a car up and down a mountain at more than 150 kilometers an hour.
So much.
It's not an easy ask.
And this is the one thing, it's all just so much happening in a race. In a sprint race, you worry about an hour. As we do see Matt High going and taking every risk to try and get past Aiden Carter, as he now gets caught up behind one of the GT3s and really doing everything he can, hunting down that inside, and I think he is battling to keep the car in check. A late lunge down the Forest elbow, trying to force Carter off the apex, and unfortunately that has just bottled up a little bit of time for him.
Yeah, I mean, look at Matt High's last lap. Matt High just set the fastest lap of the race. That should give you an insight on how much of a scent he is to actually get close to Aiden Carter. It's amazing watching them two go at it for an entire hour with just about 1 second of gap between them. Less. It's amazing.
Okay, now I've got to ask the question. Undercut, overcut, who's going to be first into the pits in a situation like this?
My money's on Matt. My money's on Matt to go for the undercut. I mean, given Bathurst traffic can do a lot, so you have to take a more look at the track map just to see if you can actually come out like outside of traffic. Because if you're undercut, you will definitely have the hands up if you're close enough, but the undercut is useless when you get stuck in traffic. That's always something you have to consider. If one of them meets traffic, like the entire pit stop strategy is off.
The thing is, you're spending roughly 35 seconds, roughly about 40 seconds from entry to exit. I mean, this is this is definitely a tough call, because you're going to be in a crawl, you're going to hear all these engines, you're going to see drivers coming by. This is so much to think about, not only as a GT3, but as GT4s for Jan, who is leading the top of the pack by 17 seconds away from Matt Roger Scott, who is trying to make a bit of time up after everything that's gone on. They've also got to be so cautious of when they get into the pits, not to have too much time loss and get tied into GT3 battles that can compromise their times as well. I mean, there's just so many different little factors in the race that can change it up, and our stewards have also been a factor throughout as well. As we take a look at Felix Heineke, he's got 5 seconds on him. We've got Ben Brown, who's got 5 seconds as well. We've got Hamilton Cooper, that's sitting with 10 seconds on their car, and Nick Mendes sitting with 10 seconds as well. I mean, these are all going to add up in the long run, and it won't do too much now, but the moment you're going into the last 10 minutes of the race, that is going to be, well, remember, we always say Murphy's Law. Well, Murphy's going to sit there with that 13 spanner and that 10 socket that you lost a week ago, saying, by the way, do you remember this 4 hours ago?
Yes, and that's another fastest lap from Matt High. He really pushes now. I mean, on time penalties, you usually serve them on the stop, so it's not as bad for the first 2 hours, because it will, I mean, of course it's bad because it will set you back, but it's not as much of a surprise or a game changer as in the last stint. If you get a hefty penalty in the last stint, it will just be added onto your final race time, and that can change a lot of things around.
Oh, another car having a rough time. Bailey Stewart off into the dirt and killing all the brake boards on the way into the corner as well. That is into the final corner, and the brake boards are exactly what you're gonna be looking for. Unfortunately, they've been obliterated from the 200-meter mark right down to the 50. Do you think that's going to play a little bit into a problem for our drivers during the course of this race?
Oh, definitely. I'm sitting on the back for the lead, and I'm guessing that Aiden and Matt are not expecting all of the brake boards into the chase to be gone from one lap to the other. And especially the chase where you're going into with 280 plus kilometers an hour. If you miss your braking point by about 5 meters, you might overshoot the corner. So this is crucial for that corner.
I think the warning is going to have to go in of, guys, remember that tree that was on the right-hand side that looked a bit funny to the other tree? You need a brake on that one. But that has turned into a nightmare situation as Aiden Carter has now come around. Let's see if he's noticed the brake boards are missing. Aiden Carter trying to make his way through is trying to go late on the anchors, are very, very late onto the brakes, and so does Matt High. They managed just to get it on the way through, but I think a little bit of, oh boy, what are we looking at now as we try to make our way through, but Matt High is not backing down from the fight, constantly all over the back of that Lexus.
And he's getting faster by the lap. He's not making this easy for Aiden. He wants that P1.
Even if it's for a lap before he gets in the pits, it's gonna be brutal. And you can see Aiden Carter, middle of the circuit, heading down the main straight, just taking any sort of defense at the moment. These two have been on a brawl of note with one another. We've seen little fights all the way through the race, but these two have been the ongoing fight, and I don't think it's going to be over for a very, very long time until both teams have worn out their drivers into absolute oblivion. But they're going to have to be careful, as we do have a Ferrari stuck at the forest elbow, and these two are going to come barreling down because, unfortunately, Adam Hamilton Cooper can't move due to cars coming through. So he's going to have to be very cautious He manages to get it just going, but he is going to be a very slow car for our leaders who are going to be coming barreling down. Thankfully, they don't have to worry about the Ferrari 296 that was sitting at the Forest elbow. That could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect the car to be sideways there. Like, you see a yellow flag, but you only hear car in front spin it, yellow flag in sector 2 or 3. You go down the mountain and you're not looking at the track map. That's not your focus. Your focus is going down the mountain as fast as you can without losing the rear, hitting the wall, or spinning, or whatsoever. So those guys are not expecting that, and they can be glad that the Ferrari was gone at the time they arrived, because that might have caused some issues.
Well, we on board from the helmet cam, and I think the fixation coming from Matt High at the moment is on the back of Aiden Carter. That last lap time was a little bit on the slower side. Did a 202.3 compared to his 201.7, but both cars landing up with a 202. They weren't the fastest like they were in the previous lap, so both drivers are taking every advantage, but at the same time getting a little bit more defensive. But Darius, I've got a very, very good one, because you've been in the sim for a while. You're one of the top drivers. You are keeping an eye on the battle. You understand the methods behind it. But if I've got to ask a serious question here, have you ever noticed the Aston Martin's windscreen wiper moves?
You mean it wiggles back and forth, or keeps on wiggling while you're in air?
And while you're cornering, it moves quite a bit.
It does. I don't drive the Aston because I don't like the Aston, so I haven't paid that much attention, but I see what you're saying. If you corner to the left hand side, it's moving left. If you corner to the right hand side, it's moving right.
And Lexus
it's no issue with, yeah, the Lexus doesn't have the issue because it's hidden behind the bonnet.
So there we go. Just for anyone that's driving, there's a good couple of cars, the Aston Martin being one of them, that they've, unfortunately, the QC isn't quite the greatest in terms of tightening the bolt to stop the windscreen wiper. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. There we go.
I will definitely not unsee that, Stephen. Thank you for that.
the more you know, you're going to start looking at where the windscreen wipers are on cars. But Matt High still on the charge with Aiden Carter, and they are now catching up to a bit of a brawling fight of the GT4s ahead of them. Aiden Carter has got to carry on yet another lap in this race. We said about an hour and 10 minutes should be the maximum, as Matt High came barreling into that final corner and is not going to have an easy time. Our GT4's having a good go at one another, and that looks to be a change for position.
That's bad for Matt. I saw that coming. I was thinking to myself, maybe he tries for the undercut not to get involved with the GT4s, and I think that might have been the smart choice. He lost 2 seconds through the GT4 traffic, and Matt and Aiden can now merrily fuck off down the road, with Matt trying to get back those 2.3 seconds that he lost with the blue flags or with the GT4s.
I've got to say, Darius, it's like having James Hunt in the commentary box. A spade is a spade. There is no sugarcoating it.
Yeah,
it's absolutely brilliant. Nick Bandes going and fighting, trying to catch up to Max Farrell ahead of him. I mean, great stuff. But we got to see Matt Jordan into the pits. So Sona Angel will be getting a position, make his way through. A couple of pit stops starting to creep in, and now it's starting to happen. Peter was actually one of the first of the top 10 to pull into the pits, and he's lying in 8th at the moment. So he's trying to make up a bit of time, but this makes me wonder, how far can you go on a tank? How far are their cars willing to push it? And is the thought of the undercut even sitting with some of these drivers, or is it more fixation on the charge, as we do see a bit of a train of the Onid Racing now trying to make their way through, and they will be catching up to one of the back markers, the Lamborghini, that is fighting his way through. Bit of a fight going on for the 992s, going on to the back of Matt Keys of BS Motorsport. Well, it's time to see whether that 992 can handle a little bit of BS from the Mustang as they go down the Conrad Straight, and it's a V8 power to just try and pull it along. Unfortunately, being the Thomas the Tank Engine, having a bit of cargo getting pulled along the Conrad Straight, The Porsche is going to be far better on the brakes. And let's see if Matt will be able to hold it into the corner. And he does just narrowly keep ahead of Michael Louis, who is not backing down. The Canadian is really showing he's not here to be super friendly with drivers. He's here to race.
Oh yeah, and now we've got a race lead in the pits. Aiden Carter has come in for his first pit stop after 31 laps.
Right, so let's see how this is going to work.
Matt High's still out. He's going for the overcut. Let's see if that actually works out in his favour.
If he's running 201s, I would say yes, but...
A drive-through penalty for 420. Aye, that does not look good. That has to be a big one.
So there is Ollie Harris, McLaren Racing, and it does look like he's got a bit of a bend on the bonnet as well. So whatever's gone on with the 420, a drive-through and a bent bonnet, Philip Hamilton Cooper not smiling after that one, and definitely going to be saying a few words. Maybe needing a bit of a 420, if anyone's offering.
Maybe.
That might be needed there. Ben Brown onto the back of Christian, who is trying to fight his way through. And Christian not having an easy time. A little bit of a bent bonnet on that Lamborghini, so straight line speed's going to be down, and Ben Brown's going to carry a lot of momentum right behind him. And as he spoke about, two different classes, Am versus Pro-Am at the moment. Ben Brown going to make his way through, and I think both drivers took the point of going, okay, we're in two separate classes. Let's just shuffle ourselves around here. But for Michael Louis and Matt Keys, it's a pro caught up behind Pro-Am. So this is not only two separate classes, but Matt Keys is trying to prove as well he is a pro level driver and not to be gone and put on the back burner despite being in the Pro-Am class for the team.
Yeah, definitely. This will get interesting. And I gotta hand it to Own It, like the last couple of laps when we saw, apart from that one Lamborghini in there, that train of 5 Lexuses is a sight to behold. And not something you see a lot of at the current days. So I hand it to Own It for bringing down the Lexus, the Toyota, one of my favorite GT3 cars, and seeing 5 of them in a row just makes me like happy in a stupid way I can't even comprehend.
Well, I mean, the Lexus is just an absolute killer of a vehicle to be in. It's got the beautiful soundtrack as well, as we see Jim Fox holding back Charlie Morgan at the moment and just gets on Mr. Roadkill himself, going and keeping back one of the Owned Simhound rookies that's really going and stepping up the mark here. Great to see the two going and fighting it out, but a change of position. Michael Louis past Matt Keys, who got caught up behind the GT4 and now having to figure out his way through. So this is turning into some interesting times. Pit stop starting to come in. Johan Brain currently leading out at our GT4s with Matt Roger Scott in second place of the GT4s. And Dennis Weisman, who has been a contributing driver to a lot of our GT3 lineup of overtakes, has run in third and is keeping it all together at the moment. 45 seconds ahead of this Alpine of HsRxERAxDGSR. I'm getting Mick going and having a bit of fun. Got a bit tongue-tied there.
As usual, Stephen. That's nothing new.
Well, prefer not to. That would be a little bit, imagine getting tongue-tied. The missus would get cross. But in any case, Jim Fox and Charlie Morgan going at each other, trying to fight it out. And it is the McLaren leading out ahead of the Lexus, but just by a little bit. Max Farrell keeping ahead of him. Now Michael Louis, who made quick work of the Mustang, now needs to figure out how he can get past two back markers. One being the little Honda just ahead of him, and also our Aston Martin. But we've also got a bit of contact and a flash of lights. Cedric Muir landing up, going and upsetting one of our GT4s. So let's take a look here. This is a McLaren GT4 that had a little bit of a problem. That was Steven, who has had a little bit of a nightmare run from being one of our leading GT4s. It looks like it's just a rough race. Oh, over the curb, into the wall.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not nice. And now we've got the interesting thing. We've got Matt High currently serving his first stop. Now off the jacks, and Aiden's coming down the main straight.
It's going to be close. It's going to be
Stop
close.
finish line. Ooh, that's
coming
really
out.
close. That's really close. Coming out. The Lexus has got the run.
Oh, man. This is... It's time to make that Aston.
1 second.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is going to be a nail biter, Stephen.
Matt managed to get ahead, but it is now the battle return. And I think for Matt Carter, that was the hardest. He's pushed the accelerator through the floor, through the pedal base, through everything. It's currently sitting, heading towards the crater, creating a crater in the floor, because once you got off the jacks, there's no you flat on that throttle, game over. You needing to really give it horns, and now it has brought the fight back to one another. This is going to be a tough time.
We're down to the usual 0.4, but just the cars have changed.
Yeah.
And the only thing is, Aiden has the advantage that his tyres are already in the window.
Well,
Which is not an issue up the mountain, because Matt can just keep him behind, but how will that situation resolve as soon as they get round Forest Elbow? Given how fast the Lexus is in a straight line. My money's on Aiden.
he's got the advantage in terms of having the slipstream, but I'm sure Matt High is going to give it everything he's got at this point and try to go for a defense middle of the circuit down the Conrad Straight to ensure that he can keep it together. But it does look like Aiden Carter to the inside, side by side.
And he's paused.
But is it?
Too wide into the chase.
Matt Carter
And
goes for the
Matt makes
undercut.
it stick. Too wide into the last corner.
No brake boards, might I add.
Those two. They're not. Oh, good. Switch back from Matt. Side by side through the corner. And Aiden just edges it out. An overtake through 4 corners. That is spectacular. Oh my word.
Oh, Matt gave a little bit of a love tap there. I think it was a well done buddy sort of love tap, but both drivers are giving it horns, but it's not over yet. Matt High is chasing him down, and it's going to be up the mountain they go. And Matt High is now going to have tyres that are up to temp. Aiden Carter, who has pushed it through the floor, has to deal with 3rd place in the GT4s and a slow, broken GT3 ahead of him up through the mountain. So I don't know if this is all contact into the wall. Matt High slides it out a bit too much, and that has gone and put him a tab into the wall. I mean, Aiden Carter's got a problem here. He's caught behind the GT4. He can't do anything about it. The advantage is gone. Heading into Skyline. Is Matt gonna go for the set? He does so. Matt Carter has got the pass. He gets a wheel off on the dirt. Needs to try and scrub off some of that speed. But for Aiden Carter, who had a second advantage, thought, okay, I've got a bit of breathing room. Matt Carter immediately tying the knot around the neck and saying, not anymore, buddy. We're going at this one more time.
And now we're back to the picture we've seen for an entire hour. And Aston chasing down the Lexus.
Oh man, but we do also have yellow flags. That is David Roth in the Audi. Oh no, what happened to old David Roth?
God damn it, David. God damn it, David. Honestly. He's probably lost it and put it into the wall.
Well, let's take a look. Makes his way through Skyline.
Goes
Okay.
a bit wide.
And there's a Lexus that has also fallen off circuit that suddenly sees an Audi broken.
Lucky for the owner Lexus that he got through that scot-free. Woo! This is getting more interesting by the minute.
Oh, Michael Louis on Nick Mendes now. That's having a bit of a fight. So Nick's going to have to keep a very close eye. Michael Maverick on the attack in the BMW, getting past Dennis, makes short work of that Ferrari 296. I don't know what. This is a battle of beauty of the. This is Battle of the Beast. You got a BMW with the beaver teeth front end and the Ferrari 296. I don't know what to root for. Just both of them, unfortunately, phenomenal drivers. Just wrong cars, guys. Maybe try a Lexus next time. Even better, why not try Maserati?
What, the GT4 Maserati without ABS?
No. let's go to the GT3. When last have you seen it? Oh no, that's Jim Fox. He's become roadkill at the Forest Elbow. What
Oh,
happened?
God.
So Jim Fox of Roadkill Racing successfully, I think, may have hit a kangaroo on the way down. So down the Forest Elbow, on the brakes, McLaren steps out, into the wall, 1, 2, 3, and yeah, unfortunately, a bit of a bend there. Not ideal. Definitely not ideal.
And I think the HSR team might have retired the roadkill car because there was too much damage to fix. That's sad to see. That's sad to see. Let's just hope they get the car fixed in time.
You know what?
Jim has another go.
If Steven could have a go at Danielus ahead of him, and Danielus going and doing everything he can on the Red Comet Sim Racing, who is trying to make up a bit of time, I mean, you have an opportunity here. Rather get it to the line. Michael going and losing a bit of time, and Cedric Mayer also going and landing up with a bit of a problem as well in the mountain. So the mountain claiming a few lives at the moment, but let's go back to first place because this is going to be a proper run. Matt High onto the back of Aiden Carter, chasing him down. This is going to be everything that they can do. Matt Carter and, well, Aiden Carter and Matt High are fighting it out. I mean, this is a phenomenal battle, and I don't think both these drivers want to hand over the car because they're having too much fun.
Or are they actually racing by themselves? Hold on, let me have a quick check.
Marek landing up.
Yes, they are.
Okay,
All of our top 3 runners, Aiden, Matt and Peter, are all running by themselves. They're all doing the gentleman Ironman drive of driving 4 hours of Bathurst by themselves. Good riddance, boys. That's not something you do easily.
This is not a gentleman's fight, rest assured. This is a brawl. This is a... Matt High and Aiden Carter are not having a gentleman's fight right now. This is gloves off, absolute underground lucha style, go for it between the two of them. But our top 3 that are out there giving it horns as a solo drive, take us through what the driver's going to feel, because obviously at the start you're going to be fine, you're excited, adrenaline's kicked in, but as the race continues there's obviously some wear and tear, not only on the car.
I mean, you have to pace yourself to like manage 4 hours on your concentration without making too big of a mistake. And the other thing is, and I can absolutely tell you that from experience of driving 4 hours in a row, you're gonna feel a lot of pressure in your bladder because you would have to go for a pee at some point.
Alright,
so driving 4 hours by yourself is extremely taxing, which is why I say, well done to you guys. This is not the easiest track, and I'd say it's the most difficult track to do 4 hours by yourself.
Can I propose 2 options that you... Well, there's 3 options you can have as a solo driver, 4 hours Bathurst, and you're in a race like what we're seeing here of Michael Louis and Nick Bandes, who are all over the back of one another trying to get past one of the GT4s. But I propose a couple of suggestions here. 1, make your pit stop really long so you can quickly dart to the bathroom, or your bathroom is nice and close to you. 2nd is what is actually used in real life. It's called a condom catheter. Works rather well, and it doesn't have a bit of a problem. The 3rd is clean your seat afterwards. But I've got to point out, talking to that, there was a thing in endurance racing at one point where guys were trying out different ideas of how to get drivers to go longer. You know, they had the introduction of drugs, then that got taken out, and then the different ideas. Do you know when drivers were piloting the Porsche 956, not the 962, LMP car, they actually had a hospital catheter put into the drivers to ensure that they can keep going longer. Now imagine doing 330 to 340 kilometers, closer to 400 kilometers an hour, with a hospital catheter attached to you and a 6-point harness belt.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and call that rather uncomfortable.
Just
I'd imagine.
it's for anyone that has ever gone to hospital and they had that beautiful experience. There we go. Bit of the more you know from Darius and Steven during the 4 hours of Bathurst, where everything's already come unglued, so now we're just adding a little bit to that. Well,
otherwise, where's the fun in that?
I've got a question. Turn 1 here at Bathurst. Do you know why it's called Hell's Corner?
Probably because race starts, going 3 wide into there is proper hell, but please give me the background. I'm guessing my imagination's wrong.
Well, you're not too wrong. Race start was always a problem, but Hell's Corner, back when Bathurst was first created, it landed up with... They built the circuit, and in that small little slipway, that slipway originally had a 120-year-old oak tree that claimed the lives of many riders and many drivers. They only cut it down in the early 90s when they decided maybe having a big oak tree as a brick wall when you come flying down that straight is maybe a bad idea. And that's why it got its name Hell's Corner, because most of the drivers and riders that lost it through the corner would smack this ginormous 120-year-old oak tree that during the creation of Bathurst way back was only cut down in the beginning of the 90s.
Hey, I mean that explains a lot.
So,
I know why Forest Elbow is called Forest Elbow, because Lewis being the Mr. Knight being the absolute Bathurst nerd told me like 2 days ago that it's called Forest Elbow because a guy named Forrest smashed his elbow there on motorcycle racing.
Well, if you
and arrived to the race next day.
There we go. So, Darius, that little slipway that we just see in the shot, do you think that earns a little bit of history of, well, don't get it wrong?
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't know about the Forest Elbow in terms of actually a guy breaking his elbow there, and that's how I've got to say that Australians have definitely come up with some unique names for the different corners that has really made a difference. But Aiden Courts is going to be saying some unique words, seeing this train ahead of him, and then he's going to try and carve his way through with Matt High constantly hounding him.
Yeah, he's not getting rid of Matt High that easily. I think you should know this by now. We're 1.5 hours, or nearly 1.5 hours in on their battle, and they're still going.
Well, I think it slowed up a little bit, and Matt High actually giving Steven a bit of a breathing room there, saying, okay, bud, you've had a tough time. As suddenly we got a Mustang very slow, heading at the bottom of the skyline, and that caught Matt High and Aiden Carter, but they are now right onto the back of that would be one of our GT4s. Is that Matt Godgesot? No, it isn't.
I think that's Dennis Wiesman.
Dennis
Wiesman would be the thing.
Yes, it is. Dennis Wiesman, who's running 4th in the GT4s, suddenly have these two barreling down in his mirrors. And thankfully, Aiden managed to get by. Matt High not compromised any drive down the main straight. Now back into the tow. I think there was more than enough uncomfortable words suddenly seeing that train ahead.
Yeah, now we have Mr. Angel getting close to Mr. Topinka in the 404 BMW because they're stuck behind the GT4 Audi on top of the hill.
So Topinka...
And now Topinka can't get past. This is it's not a good situation to find GT4.
Yeah, that looks like Michael Topinka got away a little bit before Angel, opening a 1.3 second gap. Max Farrell and Nick Mendes now rejoining with one another, and hopefully not to run into one another. But now it's down the main straight, and for our leaders, still fighting their way through as we have these little battles forming all over the circuit, and drivers are now going and trying to figure out what they can do. I've got to say, there's nowhere you can look around the whole of Bathurst and say that you can get bored, because there is just little fights all the way through. Everyone trying to push the boundary that little bit more of a limit. And now that we're into the 2 hours and 36 minute mark, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to the halfway mark. We're at track temperatures up to 31 degrees. This is getting blazing out there, and you're going to be running out of grip. Eventually, these cars are going to be very, very sketchy when you're up against one another.
Definitely. Max Farrell felt that on top of Skyline with the rear of his Lexus stepping out, and Nick Manders completely breathing down his neck. They're going side by side into the chase. Manders is going for the move round the inside.
What?
Can't make it stick, and he can make it stick because Farrell goes off track.
Was that papaya rules right there for the team? Because that was not... Aiden Farrell.
That was as close to an accident as you can get.
Oh, Max Farrell just nearly obliterated Nick on the way into L's corner, and that would have been a very uncomfortable talk for the team. But I don't think these two are talking much to one another in the radio chats at the moment. And based on that, there would have been an oh bleep for a long time. And the last thing you want to hear when you've got a teammate charging behind you.
Definitely. I mean, there have been some teammate-on-teammate violence in LNR as well, but that was a very close call.
Yeah,
I would have dropped some words I wouldn't be proud of.
I think at that point your eyes have become saucers, because you can imagine your spotter going and calling, okay, he's on your tail, and suddenly there will just be this, and you wait for the bang because you don't know what's going on, or if you watch a review mirror, it's a horror show behind you. I mean, that is the quickest way to run into an issue on the way through. But Matt High and Aiden Carter are about to run into the next set of issue, GT4, GT3 through Skyline, and they are on the back of one another with Aiden Carter on the outside. Matt High going and fishtailing all over the place, trying to keep the car in check. And now Aiden caught behind the little Alpine down towards the Forest Elbow. Gonna look on the outside into the Forest Elbow.
Aiden, you madman, goes round the GT4 down the mountain into Forest Elbow. I wouldn't pick an overtake between Dipper and Forest Elbow, but I like to see one. That was epic.
That was incredibly awesome. I actually want to go on board a quick one from the helmet cam and just look at Matt High steering inputs, because Darius, you can appreciate when a car decides that it does not want to be your friend anymore, especially through Skyline. And now that you've closed up the gap to the leader, you're right on the edge. You can see he's fighting with the car frantically, and there's the first of the fishtails, second of it. I mean, that reaction time is just tremendous.
Amazing car control from Matt High. You've got to hand it to that. That was amazing to look at. And also that overtake.
We've seen some incredible racing right the way through, but we've got to take a look at our GT4s as well. Steven is onto the back of Dennis, giving it horns. Now these cars naturally understeer. They naturally can become a dog. The McLaren is a huge amount of fun through the corners compared to the Mercs, but it's straight line. Doesn't have it in the bag, and he's having to make up a time. These drivers are fighting tooth and nail at this point to try and make their way through. It's absolutely great stuff, and what we love to see from multi-class racing is drivers are giving it absolutely everything they got. Steven with the send into the corner though, tank slapper on the way through. Dennis will lose a lot of drive there. He does get it a little bit up the hill, but Steven, with a proper send on the way up the hill, had a difficult time to get onto the brakes. this is great stuff. I mean, Darius, you gotta hold your breath every minute of the way from the driving. I mean, this is just great stuff.
I mean, we've seen some great racing at this point, especially from Stephen Bain, trying to recover from all the damage he's had, now fighting with Wiesmann, putting that McLaren through its ropes, especially in a GT4 around the track that's this difficult, is something I could definitely respect. Like, props to him for keeping the McLaren that fast.
And from first place in his class is now sitting in 5th in class, chasing each other down. Stephen trying to utilize as much of the tow as possible, but unfortunately Dennis is just having that bit of straight line speed and doing a phenomenal job of holding it together between the two of them. It has been a proper chase between them, and I've got to take my hat off to the GT4 drivers. Have been absolutely fantastic on the track, and so far the only contact to contact that we've seen from a GT4 to GT3 had to be Bailey Stewart. The rest of it has all been very, very clean racing, as now Stephen's going to go around the outside, late on the anchors. Can he go for the undercut though? Will it be a Danny Rick situation? He tries, but Dennis flat on the power. Made sure that wasn't going to happen. Stephen's going to come back at him, heading into turn 1 though. Hard on the anchors, slings it through. Dennis trying to defend, and it looks like Stephen comes across the nose, holds it, and there's a big smile on the back of the car for Dennis to see, and now has to appreciate it. Down the straight they go. Nose to tail, heading towards turn 1. Stephen guarding that inside line like it is the last thing on his life he needs to do. Dennis around the outside. You can see the Merc with its straight line has got a little bit of an advantage, but Stephen managing to keep it all together and carries a lot of momentum.
Oh no, Stephen, bat incident, that's Aiden Carter the wrong way round, trying to get past the GT4 down the mountain. That's the race lead for Aiden Carter. That Lexus is broken. Ah, that's sad.
Oh man, let's go take a quick look at it, and this is down the hill they go. Little Alpine, unfortunately, about to get a face full of the leaders, trying to swap around as they make their way through side by side. It was rear contact. It was rear contact onto the back of Aiden, and unfortunately that turned him around. That was the number 1 Alpine that got into the back of Aiden Carter. That was just, oh man, I mean, take a look from the front splitter, and this is down the hill he goes, making all work, and you're gonna see the Lexus come into view now, but there's a clip on the nose. He manages to save it, but that was just a clip onto the nose, and unfortunately Aiden Carter with quite a bit of damage on the car, and you can see how it's crabbing a little bit, but is still trying to stick in for the fight. But Matt High has now got the position, and Aiden Carter is going to see the very same little Alpine and try and get past it. Yeah, very clean overtake there, but I think there's a few words for the Onan Racing as they're trying to scramble. This is worst case scenario for the team.
Yeah, definitely. You're not expecting to get taken out by a GT4 in such an unfortunate spot.
And
especially if you're just trying to get past.
I mean, that was a light clip on the rear, but it was just enough on the quarter panel to just turn the car around and bang into the wall. It's such a difficult situation, because while you're fighting to get past a GT4, like what we got here, Christian dealing with Marvick, and Michael Lowe on his tail as well. Michael Lowe trying to get a little bit on the climb. But while you're fighting to get past a GT4, you're watching your mirrors like a hawk. You're watching all 3 of your mirrors, 4 actually, because there is a screen in these cars as a rear cam. There's just so much happening in a tight space, and drivers are having to focus on so much going on, Doris.
Yeah, definitely. And now with that in place, because you don't want to get like caught up between a GT4 and your rival chasing you down for the lead, and just to like lose out to the GT4 when your rival gets a much better pass on the GT4. And now Aiden has to make up 10 seconds back to Matt again in a car that's a lot more damaged. So Matt can just write this out easily, and Aiden really has to work for it to keep the car on pace.
Well,
And then
take a look at
catch
the
up
lap
10
time.
seconds.
2:05 on that last lap.
2:05 compared to 2:37. That's not looking good.
I mean, that is just, it's 2 seconds a lap. That is, oh man, that's just a kick in the shins. And unfortunately, when you've been running at 2:01s for so much of the time, it must be feeling like you're at pedestrian pace.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. This is something you have to recover from mentally, because now you have to rethink your entire race approach. Do I fix the damage? Do I stay out? Do I lose too much time? Can I manage this? And then there's also the 11-second gap now. That's just opened up to it, and it's opening up even wider to 12 seconds. And remember, Aiden was in front and the gap was 0.2 behind.
And he's got no straight line. That's the problem. It's killed off that straight line. So Aiden, who is battling to get past the GT3 class, all they need to do is keep their foot on the power down the Conrad straight, and that's him pretty much knackered as he's caught behind the Aston Martin trying to carve his way through, but we've got two GT4s also running in tow. He's going to have to rely on a slipstream to pull his way through, and everyone lifting off the gas to allow the Lexus to come by. But at what cost is the question that comes out of it.
Yeah. I'm guessing Aiden has got like 20 seconds of damage minimum from that impact. The impact did look big. And I mean, you can see it, the bonnet's not straight, so...
Just go on
oh
board.
boy.
Take a look at the steering. A little bit of an angle on it as well. A little bit of camber change has been affected to the car. But what does this mean for the tires? Because we've all heard if you go and running your normal car, you're going and driving, but if the alignment's slightly out, you're going to wear down your tires. What is that going to do in a racing situation?
I mean, you're scrubbing, depending on how much damage you have and how like off angle your tires are, you're scrubbing them through corners, so you're wearing them down, giving them a lot of graining, maybe blisters depending on how high the temperature gets, maybe even flat spots because the car does no longer behave on the braking. So your tires are now a bit of a wild card, and I mean, if we're looking at the lap times, it's definitely a wild card because Aiden's now down 3 seconds compared to Matt. 3 seconds a lap.
And that is allowing a silent victor to it, as Peter will get the information and get told, get going, buddy. Time to carry on a bit of momentum. You're starting to bite into a gap. That's going to make a difference. Michael Lowe against Christian as they go and chase each other through the top of the mountain. Lamborghini versus Porsche, screaming V10, trying to keep ahead of the Porsche, going and doing everything he can. Now, unfortunately, going to run into a bit of traffic. Christian taking it very wide to go for the defense here. Michael hunting down every which way, looking left and right. He is just trying to see where there's a gap for the Porsche to just stick its nose in and force a line for him to get past.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the GT4, we've seen what a GT4 in this situation can do. This can end two ways. Either it goes well, or in case of Aiden, it doesn't. It went well once, but the second time was not that good. So, getting traffic down the mountain, like normal class traffic's not good, but getting like slower class traffic, you have to slow right up. If you don't respect that they're like 20-30 kilometers slower down in the descent, you'll end up in a collision.
It's just a difficult time. And taking a look at some of the driver chat that's going on. A couple of guys unfortunately retiring the cars due to disconnects or connecting in the wrong order being one of them, and others landing up with a few knocks. And there is a bit of unrest, we could say, that the drivers are having, where unfortunate mistakes have crept in or unfortunate circumstances have put them on the back foot. This is always a difficult time for a lot of drivers and for those that are really pushing the boundaries. I mean, we got, as we mentioned, 4 different races happening at the same time. So let's go through that. First place, Matt High, running first of the pros, second Aiden Carter, and then Peter running in third of the class. But we do have a bit of contact. Oh no! The owner team has got a problem. Max Farrell and Alex Kelly of Revolt Racing. It looks like Max got it wrong, and Alex Kelly came down the hill into the nose of a stationary... Well, let's take a look at this. I mean, this is into the forest elbow. This is Max Farrell, lying in 8th place, might I add. Tries to make his way through. The owner racing team suddenly bounces off the wall. Once, twice. Reverses the car!
That's not a nice rejoin. That's not something you want to have or see when you go into Forest Elbow. Because at this point, going into the bend of Forest Elbow, there's nothing you can do. You cannot react. The only thing you can do is brake. As soon as you turn, your brakes lock up and you're into the wall sideways. So there's nothing Alex could have done in that situation.
I mean, let's try and look from Alex's view as he made his way. I mean, it's a completely blind corner, and by the time yellows was called, it was just far too late. I've been 4th, 3rd, 2nd.
Lexus. Yeah, that's nothing you can do about that.
He was holding the inside line, expecting it to all come to for Max to stay on the one side. Max reversed, trying to get the car going, and probably thought it was all clear to just try and turn the car around, and landed up with a solid T-bone for the 2. That's just definite hurt. As Robert Volt pulls into the pits and sporting the Mandalorian colours there, going and enjoying it, having a bit of fun. On the Nerbs Racing Division, good to see them having a bit of great fun out there. We're talking about positioning, we're seeing accidents happen, but let's quickly go through. Matt High in first, Carter in second, Peter in third of our pros. Going into our pro-ams, it is Charlie Morgan, Nick Mendes, Matt Keys that are running the top 3. Then our ams are the winners of this whole run, which you've got to give it up for. Gus Peters running in 13th position, first of the ams, but 3 positions out of the top 10. In 16th is second of the AM division, and that's Christian getting chased down by the likes of Felix Haneke as they chase their way through. Then moving into our GT4s, Etienne Brun along with Matt Godger-Scott and Stephen Bain making up some positions after a devastating start to their race. I mean, let's talk about that. AM class, 3 positions out of the top 10. That is a massive, massive achievement.
It's down to 2 because the car pitted.
Well, there we go.
So Gus is now P12. P12 for the AM class. That's not bad. He's got 30 seconds to the car in front and 22 seconds to the car behind, so he's sitting in a comfortable gap.
I've got to say, it's absolutely amazing, and he's into the mix of our Pro-Am drivers as an AM driver. Now, I've got to ask the question, what does it do to the confidence that suddenly now there's an AM car that's in your fight?
I mean, if you're the higher class, so if you're, for example, if you're Kometo at this point, if you're Dennis, you're thinking, oh, there's a car behind me catching me up in a lower class. Maybe I'm driving a bit too slow, or maybe he's just fast. So you have to like outweigh if you're not fast enough when you compare yourselves to your peers, or if the guy behind you in the AM class is just extremely fast. And for the other amateur drivers, this is a kick in the confidence. If the guy in front of you is like 50 seconds up the road, that's not something you'll catch easy. That's a lot of time you have to get out of the car. I mean, like, even if we're looking at 2 seconds a lap faster, that's still 25 laps. That's not a thing that's like in the closer future.
I mean, Darius, this is just so much is happening around the track. So much has developed. I mean, the stories that have developed out of this race. Brown's still got 5 seconds. Michael Louis has got 10 seconds added onto him. But from the amazing overtakes we've seen so far to the hefty accidents we've seen so far, this is a race to truly remember on the way through. Like, this is great, and as many of our spectators out there in the virtual grandstands can attest to, this is what we love about Bathurst. This is what we love about racing in endurance racing. This is what, as drivers, we want to have some of the most fun in a race, but some of us would like a little bit of a boring race. As spectators, it couldn't get any better than this.
Yeah, definitely. Like, not being on track for once and, like, sitting in the commentary booth with you.
That was
looking
Mustang!
at all...
That was Matt Keys!
Oh!
You lost it! But look
Look
at this! Let's go back 30 seconds and take a look at the little BMW behind him, Marek Dominik, who's trying to just keep it all together. He is in 14th position, Matt Keys is in 9th, so the Mustang is in 9th, the BMW is lying in 14th, and watch this mistake creep in across the nose.
That's a close one. I'm sure Marek would not have seen that coming and was not expecting this.
But what that has done has brought Michael Louis closer to Marek in a heartbeat. So Marek's going to have to try and recompose himself after a very close shortcoming with Matt Keys, and now has got Michael Louis of the 992s breathing down his neck.
Yeah, he's definitely in for some work after that.
I don't know what to say other than this is going to be a huge chase for Michael Louis. He's got 10 seconds when he gets into the box. He's going to have to serve. But on track, if you can already start putting a dent into the positions behind you, this is going to be a massive run for the Porsche. For Marek, who has had a very heart-and-mouth moment throughout the entire race. It landed up with a few bangs and scratches. He's now having to get his elbows out as suddenly a 992 Porsche GT3R is on the back of the BMW M4 GT3R. Dan Stevens also in the Lexus having a tough time coming down the hill, but Marek and Michael Louis going and landing up into the dirt, both having a tough time. Michael, now around the outside, is going to look to try and head it down into the run. Marek got the inside line. Can he defend hard on the anchors? BMW is wide enough.
Tries to go around the outside, but can't make it stick.
Oh, Michael is definitely giving it horns, but the BMW, you gotta say, that M4 is deadly on its brakes. It is one of the cars that you think, okay, I'm gonna be fine. When you get to a corner, it stops dead.
Yes. As we all know from one of my dear competitors, from Mr. Musser, I've seen some crazy dive bomb overtake shit from Musser and Serodio that I didn't think was possible, but the BMW still does it best.
I've got to ask, since they've made the grille bigger, does that mean they made the brakes bigger as well, just in proportion?
I mean, if they proportion the brakes after the grille, the car would have to stop on a dime, and I mean technically it does.
It would go from an 8-pot or a 6-pot brake to it would just be a brake wrapped around the entire disc, I would think.
Yeah, or like F1 carbon ceramic brakes or something silly like that.
Okay. But then what does it mean for the whale shark of a BMW of the LDMH? I mean, that's just... It must have brakes all over it. That is... Needless to say, anyone who designed the BMW M4 GT3 or the current M4s definitely needs to be fired rather quickly.
Yeah, but the new design philosophy with like the giant teeth is not something I like. I like the old M4, like the F model M4 that we've got here in the GT4. But the new one, the grill's just too large. The grill's like 50% of the front, and that's too much, if you ask me.
Well, Adrian Murrah, though, going and opening up the front bonnet of the little Honda after a big off is going to have Michael Louis and Marek going to be closing up at a rate of knots. Marek up on the inside. Oh, little side-on contact there. And I think it was unintentional. Understeer clawing in. And little Honda moves over. Michael Louis having to be very cautious of that and moves a little out of the way. So Adrian, who landed up into the wall with a bit of a damaged Honda NSX, now having these two barge past to try and make their way by. I mean, this is still a huge race for 14th and 15th position. Team WRT has got the likes of 992s on the back of him. Marek is just even going and bump drafting the GT4s to try and just carry a little bit more speed. Michael actually going a little bit on the brakes and just giving him a bit more room.
I mean, I get why you give room down the mountain, because you don't want to, if you're on edge down the mountain anyway, because you're pushing, and then the dirty air gets you at an unfavorable point, you might just lose the car. So sometimes it's just better to take this a bit more safely than, full send.
Yeah, and I think having the 10 seconds might be from a little bit of contact with the GT4s, so a little voice in the back of the head saying, let's take a bit of caution here. Let's think about the bigger picture in the race as we go through. But one picture that is closing down. Peter is now 28 seconds behind the likes of Aiden Carter, who is trying to pull himself along. And it looks like the Owned Racing team are going to utilize the cars to try and help Aiden pull along the track in a slipstream. So maybe they've taken the idea of get these cars to try and pull him along the track, as Charlie Morgan as an Aston Martin getting all out of shape around him. Dan Stevens trying to make his way through, was a bit slow coming down the hill, but I mean, there is some massive fighting going on. There is some good slides coming out of the cars. I've got to say, Hater on the other hand, who's been sliding this Aston Martin, I think he's turned the traction control off and said, well, let's put it in the hands of whoever and see whether we can get this Aston Martin down to the wire. And, well, I think Fast and Furious may have a new stunt driver.
Who knows? Maybe we'll see Hate in the new Fast and Furious, but back to Louis and Wojak. They're still at it. They're the new High-End Carter.
That's it. Absolutely great to see from the top. I mean, this is 14th and 15th place. This is still great racing. But for Marek, he's fighting against Michael Lowe, who's a pro. I mean, this is two difference in classes. And Michael is throwing the kitchen sink at Marek ahead of him.
Yeah, now they're stuck behind the GT4 down the mountain again. And everything pulls closer again. So this is not getting boring anytime soon.
Not at all, as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark of our race here at the HsRxERAxDSGR. A massive welcome to you all. If you're just joining us with all the action, where have you been for the last little while? You've missed so much that it's actually difficult to recap, as we do see Marek going and hugging that inside line to try and hold back Michael Lowe, 14th and 15th position, and they are literally bullying each other to the fringes of the circuit. Darius, you've been in this type of situation before, where you have to utilize every bit of the circuit and more to fight it against the competition.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you can pull this through, like for an entire stint, for an entire hour, and you manage this with minimal amount of contact, a maximum amount of respect, then I know that's someone I can trust. And I think those two definitely are learning to trust each other. Because so far there hasn't been a lot of contact, they kept it very clean, so I'm excited to see where this leads.
Well, Aiden Carter into the pits, It looks like the team have decided to get that car sorted out. Was losing too much time, so Peter is now in second place. Michael Tipnick is running in third. Sona Angel in fourth. Aiden Carter is losing time, and I think he's going to lose out to Charlie Morgan as well. So from first in the, well, running in first for a long time, is now down the order and just dropping out of closer towards the end of the top 10. I mean,
That's Nick Manders as well.
I mean, that
Puts
is
him
just
down to 7.
agonizing. That is agonizing.
That's painful to watch.
Well, what we can watch now is Marek going defensive. He's going to have the outside. Michael's going to hook it on the inside through the kink, down the Conrad straight. Tries his luck, couldn't get it sorted out. And Marek stopping dead again on the apexes. Michael having to really fishtail behind him. That Porsche is battling, but the likes of Marek is not giving an inch.
Yeah, Marek's not. He's not phased. He's not phased. He just puts his pivot in there, trusting that his brakes will stop in time, and they do.
Well, I mean, when is it all going to run out? Because it does look like Michael Lurie has got the run on him. He's got the slipstream. He had a tank slapper. Side by side they go down the straight. The Porsche trying to get the leg up on the M4, leaning on each other as they head towards turn 2. It's going to be late on the brakes, and Marek once again just moves slightly over just to cause the Porsche to be slightly off the line, and even worse into the rubble, into the marbles on the fringes of the circuit. But Michael Lurie is throwing everything. Oh, he clips the wall as well. These two are throwing the kitchen sink, the family cat, the family dog, whatever they can at one another, just to try and make it through. This is incredible racing.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Porsche gets close whenever there's a corner around, but it can't quite hold the candle to the BMW on the straight. As soon as he pulls out of the slipstream, Marek just buggers off.
Oh, spade's a spade here. I mean, this is incredible to watch. At the moment, Michael Lurie did catch the wall a little bit, has to try and make his way through, but one person that's going to be smiling a little bit has to be Hater, who has successfully passed every GT4 car to be on the back of the GT3 train. So he's finally, after a long time, has passed every GT4 car to eventually get back into fighting contention with his fellow GT3 competitors. That must have been a frustrating club.
Yeah, that's a frustrating experience, but at least that's somewhat of an achievement done now. He's passed the GT4 cars now, and now he can actually focus on getting back into contention with the GT3 cars.
Well, pit lane is starting to get very busy, Darius, as we're getting closer and closer, but it does look like a lot of drivers are chipping away at some damage that they have gotten around the circuit. Little touches against the wall, little touches against other cars, but a busy pit lane. What does it mean when you're trying to find your pit box?
I mean, the thing about the pit box is, depending on what cars are in front of you, I mean, if you've got like a rough idea of where your pit box is, you either know you have to stop at the front of the pit lane, at the back of the pit lane, or in the middle. But the thing is, if there's cars parked in front, like right in front of your garage spot, and it's a big car, like an M4, a Mustang, a Lambo, an Aston, something that you can't easily look past, there is a slight chance that you might actually miss your pit box because you can't gauge the distance correctly. That's something I've done. That's something that happens. It's a stupid mistake, but it happens. So the busier a pit lane is, the more chaos it can cause. So we might be in for a treat here, because Mr. Chris Wall has already passed Matt Keys, while Matt was in the pits, and now has a 1 minute 0.4 gap to Matt Keys. If he does his pit stop smart and keeps up the pace, Chris Wall might actually end up in front of Matt Keys after the pit stop.
So does that mean the original Wall is actually doing well?
I mean, the original Wall is not doing badly.
Well, I mean, Listen seems to be just fine, but Marek having to go defensive inside and swaps round to the outside to just try and close off. I mean, he is really doing everything he can to hold that Porsche to bed, and you can see actually moving left and right ever so slightly to just close off any maneuvering going on. Michael Lowe must be getting a little bit frustrated with that.
Yeah, I'm definitely sensing the frustration in Michael. Definitely. I mean, like, one move is fine, but Marek's keeping that very, like, half legal, I'd say. Ever so slightly angling the car towards the outside, not really making a move, but like stretching as far as you can get. So doing a slight Max Verstappen approach, which I can sort of approve.
You've done it once or twice before in the past, a little bit.
Yeah.
Once, when certain drivers are chasing you down, you've done it once or twice, but gotta appreciate that these two are still hammer and tongs as we go to Tim in the helicab, and you can just get a bit of an appreciation of how close these two are running up and down the mountain as they go, and how difficult of a drive it is to carry a lot of that momentum through on the way through. The Porsche, I think, is struggling with a bit of front end damage, and it's just not allowing him to get that nose to pivot in as much as he would like compared to the BMW, and then the straight line, that just pretty much puts it to bed.
Stephen, I've got another surprise for you. We've got another battle going on track right now. We've got a battle for P2 in the Pro class. Mr. Topinka has caught up to Mr. Jelinek, and now we're looking at a BMW versus Lexus battle for P2.
Oh, this is turning into such a brilliant race. Michael Lowe, though, has got into a little bit of contact. Dominic getting caught up by the alley. Michael Lowe got boxed in on the run through as well. So this is definitely not ideal. But Darius, I mean, this.
Oh,
You got to take a look at. I mean, let's go to an aerial cam of this. Everything worked out for Michael, bar one little Audi stayed his line, and the swap round just didn't work out in the favor. And there's the box in, beautifully done.
That's got to hurt. That's got to hurt. Like, getting the move nearly done and then losing it all out because you get boxed in by a GT4. Oh, he has to be so frustrated at this point, and I completely understand it.
Well, Topinka into the pits, now getting some work done on the car. That means Angel will be moving up into third place. Peter getting a little bit of breathing room as well after having a little bit of a close fight. But, I mean, so much. But Peter's finally got a bit of breathing room there, and that has done enough. Two that haven't got a breathing room, our closest fight on circuit, still Marek and Michael, they're just brawling at this point. This is all going to be it for them. And a very slow Audi at the top of the hill, that is David Roth, who has just had a face full of GT3s heading into the final corner, dealing with them. Cedric also losing out. He's going to have a bit of a problem as Dan Stevens gets the pass, and he's just trying to get that Porsche back on the run. Michael Topinka getting and losing out to Nick Manders now as Nick gets away through, so it's been a close run there. But Michael Liu, who is fighting it out, I've got to say, for the Canadians being the nicest, nicer country there, with everyone that says sorry, I think Michael is not saying sorry to Marek at the moment, who is just not giving him an inch.
No, and it still carries on the same. It still carries on the same. The Porsche gets up to close to him, if not alongside him, out of the corners and then into the braking zone. The BMW just shows its mettle going full brake.
We may see a bit of a problem here. Take a look. If Michael can hold the corner, oh no! Marek just goes and cuts across the nose. That would have been beautiful. It would have been poetic of the box in, but Marek actually just knew the situation, cut across the nose, hoping that there was just enough room between himself and Michael to get the drive and not to be boxed in. But Michael definitely had a little bit of a lift there of suddenly having a BMW come across the nose of the Porsche.
I can't imagine Marek going round the corner, seeing the being on the inside, seeing the McLaren coming out of the pit lane, be like, oh kurva. This is not something you want to see, fighting someone like close door to door. A McLaren coming out of the pit lane on new tyres, blocking off your part of the track. It's not something you want to see.
Oh, this is just absolutely frightening stuff. Well, we do have for the 666, we had an accident that happened. That was coming up the hill, and that's one of our GT4s. That's Johan Brang, the leader of our GT4s. Clip on the wall, gets it unsteady, brings it back, and suddenly has a whole lot of GT3s through Skyline and contact against the Ferrari. That is the leader of the GT4s that landed up in a bit of a smack. Second of our GT4s also having a bit of contact as he tries to make his way through. So this has just changed up the running for our GT4 leader, who's giving a quick flash of the lights to Marek. I wonder if Marek went and took a little bit of a late dive off the Conrad Straight. So we're watching it currently from the helicam, and let's see, he's trying to hold off Michael Lowe heading down the Conrad Straight, and it was a full send plus more up on the inside, gets it hooked in, beautifully done, swap around, and there is the Porsche giving a little bit of a chase on the way through. And I think for Johan, that was just a deep breath moment.
Definitely. And I've got some other news on the front of the next pit stop. Michael Topinka gave over the car to Matt Jordan for the HSR eSport 4, and just after that, Peter Jelinek came into the pits, and the undercut has actually worked for the HSR team. They are now in front of Jelinek by about 10 seconds, and they've got Hayden Carter just breathing down their neck, trying to recover some of the time he lost after that downhill incident in front of Forest Elbow.
Okay.
Like, look at that, trainer cars.
But take a look, our leader, Matt High, who has to go all off the circuit, gets it wrong. Matt High comes off and just clips the side of our Porsche. I mean, that was just, it could have been a worst case scenario for Matt High, and it was right in front of Aiden, who I'm sure was hoping for an accident, so he can at least go and say, at least I'm not the only one that had unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, but still, like, Matt still has to pit, and then Aiden still has to catch up nearly an entire lap.
Well, if someone puts a ding on the car...
This puts him closer, puts him closer, but I'd say not close enough yet.
If you put a ding on the car, Matt just needs one mistake, and that would be it. That would put him right down, and Angel and Jordan will be the ones to get away with it. But Aiden Carter, who will be fighting for position against Matt Jordan in a fixed Lexus this time around, is now fighting the big burly M4 ahead of him. They just got to get round the Mustang ahead of him. So this is just going to be a bit of a wild one. And Aiden, who's trying to get past a blue flag, has got this Mustang squarely into the back of Matt Jordan and filling up the mirrors of Matt Jordan, but at the same time not yielding in that fact. So still close racing. Michael, Louis and Derek have been fighting it out. I mean, this is just incredible, incredible stuff. I've got to say, this has been a race and a half, and I love it. Multi-class racing, multi-class in terms of cars, multi-class in terms of drivers and teams, and also the temperatures doing the weird and wonderful. I mean, let's think about this. The start of the race, you and I were looking...
We have an incident. The blue flag Mustang went side by side with Matt Jordan and tapped him out of the chase and lost him a position to Aiden Carter.
Well, I'm sure there's a little bit of words being spoken about there, and
Definitely.
Gauging on the lights being attached to the throttle by the looks of it, I think it's well enough said that, unfortunately, that very Mustang ahead of him is turning into a bit of a difficult one, and that is actually Benjamin Heisem of Revolt Racing running in 31st position. That has influenced that little race. So he has been down the order. He's just trying to get the climb back up for Revolt Racing, but 31st position. Yeah, I wouldn't like to go side by side. I would rather give it a little bit of room, but in turn, he is keeping a fair amount of pace to the back of these cars. So it's a difficult one, because blue flag rules isn't you must immediately jump out the way. You are to hold your racing line, but you're not allowed defending that position. So if a guy's going for a pass, you can't fight them. But at the same time, you don't want to yield and lose too much time, especially since you're trying to make it up as well. So you don't have to jump out the way, but at the same time, you do need to leave a little bit of room.
Yeah, I was about to say, as a blue flag, not being in the way would be a nice thing.
Yeah, I mean, so much that goes on. And as much as we thought the GT4s would be the biggest influence in the race, it actually hasn't been the GT4s. It's been the GT3 against GT3.
That wall hit for Louis, going through the top, going over the top of the mountain, not good.
Yeah, that unfortunate Super Beetle is not looking the greatest in the world at the moment. So the Porsche getting a bit scratched up, and Marek getting a little bit more of an advantage now, as it looks like Louis' tyres are starting to give up the ghost more and more during the course of this race.
Yeah, I mean, given how long they were fighting, that's completely understandable. Your tyres only have so much to give.
Well, that is Philip Hamilton Cooper trying to get going after losing it at the top of Skyline. Now just trying to rejoin the race in a safe manner. Got to give it up. We've seen some really good returns back to the circuit. Drivers taking the L on that. But take a look at this. Michael Louis now pulling into the pits. And I think your assumption on the tyres being absolutely cooked is pretty much a telling sign. And I think the damage to the car has also become a little bit more detrimental for it. And that's just helped out Max Farrell in 13th position. Bear in mind, Max was an earlier incident on track up against his own teammate.
Yeah. I mean, for him getting back up again, I kind of understand, and it's a good thing for him because it keeps up morale that you still see, like, after something as big as that you still gain positions. That's what keeps your head in the game, because otherwise it's just at one point easy to lose yourself to all the things that have happened, especially if there were like big collisions and stuff like that. Especially around Bathurst, because there are no small incidents around Bathurst. Like, every wall hit is at least 15 seconds of damage.
And
like big wall hit.
You got to take your hat off. We haven't spoken too much about Sonny Angel, who's running in second place. And this has been consistency all the way.
Yeah,
for the
definitely. Definitely. Not getting involved into a lot of incidents, keeping about the same lap time, not doing anything stupid can get you far. That's how I have to survive this season in the Audi. So I kinda get the approach. I really get the approach.
Well, you say you need to survive the season in ERA. Well, I think with Christian Fingler's approach to the weather and everything, like we saw rain at the start, there was a bit of drizzle, then it stopped, then it came back, and now we're sitting with bright sunny day and extremely hot track. Survival is key for a majority of the grid at this point, because there's nothing you can expect that's going to happen here. The drivers are having to work through all sorts of chaos of the weather being unpredictable, like in real life. you may have a fantastic time. But let's go back last year, North Shore 24, where there was a sudden rain and hailstorm that landed up with 30% of the field into the wall. And the hail came down only for 5 minutes, but it was enough to shut down the circuit.
Yeah, welcome to Germany.
There we go. There we go. It's the shortest 24-hour race in history this year. In the world. Yeah,
definitely. But like, given how dangerous the track got, it's understandable.
How, imagine being the official to hold the record for the shortest 24-hour endurance race.
I don't think that's something you want to have.
Alright, grandkids, let me tell you about a story here, because, man, oh man, it's a big one. But what we're having here, 4 hours of Bathurst. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us. It's glad to have you guys here. Darius on the microphone, an absolute legend driver that has made his name in the 488 Ferrari, going and joining me on the mic. And he is currently running, might I add to everyone else, is in a 24-hour endurance race as well. So he is monitoring this race, his own race, coming out of a stint, plus got flu. Yeah, hats off, and becoming a co-commentator with myself, putting up with my talking for the last little while. Darius, well done on that one. But we've now way past the halfway distance, 1 hour and 45 minutes to go, and these drivers are now going to be pushing it. How crucial is it in this point of the race? You went and said 4 stops would be ideal. Well, currently done 4 stops is Hayter, Phillip, Hamilton, Cooper. 5 stops for Robert Volt, and everyone else is on 2 to 3 stops currently, except for Matt High and Sono Angel that are on their first. They've only done 1 stop currently on track.
Sorry, Stephen. I was typing in chat. I didn't call. I didn't listen. I'm sorry.
It's all fine. But with the race now, past the halfway mark, 1 hour and 45 minutes. We've got a couple of drivers that have done the 4 stops already. They're a little bit further down. But for Angel and High at the moment, both have only done 1 stop in this race.
Yeah, they're definitely. I'm guessing they will pit like soon. I'm thinking they both try to extend their stints as long as they can, just to get the shortest possible stint on the last stint, so they can really push for it. On new tires, low fuel, just go at it as fast as they can, which is a luxury Aiden Carter cannot afford after the incident of the GT4 down the mountain. So this is something that Matt especially has the upper hand in compared to Aiden. But we all kind of have to see how this ends up once they get into the pits, because I'm guessing they don't have a lot of fuel left in the tanks. So Angel and High. So I'd say in the next 2 or 3 laps they might cut. What is going on there? 4 wide?
It's 4 wide. Oh, 2 GT4s passing each other. They both blew flags for one another. And then you suddenly have Max Farrell trying to mind out of the way of his own teammate, trying to get by, and we've got one of our Ferraris going and battling his way through as well, having a tough time on the run. So this is turning into a bit of a wild moment for our drivers. And it does look like that's... Yeah, a little bit of a contact.
Man has done an Andre. He's done an Andre. He's done the rodeo.
He's done this rodeo against Adam Hamilton Cooper. And, well, Hamilton just had a Lexus get into the door. Not often you get to say that. A Toyota
Yeah,
bumped.
Definitely not.
Adam...
Toyota bumped a Ferrari while overtaking it.
Yeah, that's it. We've had a Haas successfully knock a Ferrari. Guys, be very cautious on it. Sono Angel now into the pits. Crucial moments in the race here, because Aiden Carter coming down the Forest Elbow. We'll get the reports, but take a look at the bits of debris on the circuit. and even Bathurst is taking a bit of a beating here. But Aiden Carter has an opportunity to go and move up into second place after a devastating knock against the wall. This is properly turning into a fight.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if Carter getting past Angel, I think that's a given. Given how fast Carter is on track.
Yeah,
But
there's the pass, and Matt High's just pulled into the pits behind.
yeah, and Aiden's got 2 minutes on High. I am not thinking he's catching that up anytime soon.
Okay, well, we got multiple problems here. The 68 landing up with a bit of a problem, and that is Cedric. So Cedric trying to get run. There's a GT4 that's looking a bit bent ahead of him as well. Was it a bit of GT4 versus GT3 action? Yep, it was. Oh, man. And there's the first knock, there's the second knock, there's the third. Oh, that just turned ugly. Cedric, unfortunately, getting a bit of a hit, and that was against Thomas Steele of Red Comet Racing, who, unfortunately, is looking like he's going to spend quite a bit of time in the pit box. And it's time to bring out the duct tape, the cable ties, the hammers, everything you can out of the toolbox to put that GT4 back together.
Yeah, definitely. I think the race beetle also looks a bit bent after 3 wall hits, but that Mercedes' bonnet. I mean, you can throw an elephant through there. That's quite a pedal gap.
Well, the thing is, you've successfully sorted out the cooling issue by, you know, making a water-cooled become an air-cooled. You took out the radiator, and now you're allowing air to go through the bonnet over the top of the motor. So it's unfortunate that the carburetors don't exist anymore. It's all fuel injected. So you could have had the advantage of having, well, forced
more air
into the carburetor. There we go. See, that's why historic cars are in a good space. But Aiden Carter trying to make up some time to Matt High, who's now making his way to the top of the mountain. And I think it's inevitable that we're going to see these two fight. Oh, bottom of the hill, though. Dan Stevens and Hater can't figure out where they're going, and they're blocking up the forest elbow. And here comes Dominic, dives in the middle of both of them. And that was a little bit of an exciting moment for the BMW of Merrick, who, well, had a little bit of an interesting moment with Stevens and Hater at the forest elbow. Makes me wonder what happened. So let's quickly go at the top of the hill and see this. This is Dan Stevens that was fighting out with Hater. These two were fighting for position, might I add, as they were coming down the hill. Lexus versus Aston Martin. Dan Stevens leading out with Hater on his tail, heading down towards the forest elbow. And it was a little bit of contact with Hater, twisted the Lexus round, and, well, Hater, nowhere to go, trying to reverse it back. Lexus having a turning circle of an absolute elephant, reverses back towards the nose of Hater, who, I give him his due, he waited, but I don't think it was out of sympathy. I think that was because there was no room to go.
I was about to say, that didn't look like voluntarily parking up.
It's a little bit difficult when it's a bit smaller of an area, and the Aston Martin now fighting it out. Sorry, that wasn't for position. Hater is 1 lap down on Dan Stevens. Yeah, not quite sure about that one, to be honest. I understand trying to make up some time, but
yeah, maybe the aggression's a bit misplaced in this case, just a bit.
Just a tad out of there, as we do see Philip Hamilton Cooper getting past and trying to make his way through, keeping it all together. I've got to say, great stuff. Brent currently leading out our GT4s. Dennis Weissman, second place. Matt Godger-Scott running in third. Then for our GT3s, top of the order, Matt High in first place of the pros with Aiden Carter second. Matt Jordan running in third. Great makeup of positions for the HSR esports team, I've got to say. They've done a fantastic job here. Along with Peter, remember he's one of the solo drivers So got to give him his due, running in 4th place and doing a great job out there. Then looking at our Pro-Ams, it is Charlie Morgan for the Own It Simhound rookies, leading out our Pro-Ams, with the Own It Racing Nick Manders in 2nd place. Ben Brown running in 3rd of our Pro-Ams. Looking at our AMs though, this is where it changes up. Dixon Hurst of Beachburg Racing is leading out our AMs. The Aston Martin has managed to gain a little bit of a run here. Christian, who is 2nd of our AMs, is running a little bit further down, and Dan Stevens 3rd of our AMs. So there's been a change up in the order for our AM drivers on this run as well. Darius, I don't think there hasn't been a change of position from Pro-Am and Am. Nearly everyone has spent a bit of time at the top end of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only car that kind of always was leading his class is the Beachburg Racing Aston Martin, currently piloted by Dixon Hurst, because he and his teammates were just cracking it from the start of the race.
Well, Hater having a bit of a crack at the wall. I mean, this pretty much tells the story, Darius, of how your race can just turn into an absolute nightmare. So well on the chase behind a faster car, gets a bit of momentum, and that aero wash takes a lot of pressure off the nose, a little bit too much pace, and boom, into the wall, and having to skate against the wall, moves out of the way. Not a fun time out there.
Definitely not. Definitely not. You don't want to slide out wide in the Audi cutting. Definitely not. I've experienced that in the Audi training for tomorrow, and it's not a nice experience. Definitely not.
So there's just so much going out there, so many drivers pushing that extra bit of boundaries, but also there's quite a few of our fantastic spectators enjoying the racing nonetheless and being a part of it. But I'd like to also give a bit of a shout out to any of our drivers that are currently racing. Well, if you're not in the car, please come through. We want to have a chat with you guys, get a bit of an insight of what's happening out on the track there. How is everyone feeling, and what is it down in the pits? How does it feel to be in this race? I mean, 4 hours of Bathurst, 1 hour and 34 minutes to go, plenty of racing going on, and even a couple of drivers having a chat to each other on the sideline as well, going and asking why aren't they racing, and consideration of doing it solo. There's so much that can happen. So great to see. But Darius, I mean, this has been a race and a half so far. But we've also got to touch on Matt High, 58 seconds ahead of Aiden Carter. Aiden is on a push of note. He is I would say about 0.4 faster than Matt High on his last lap, doing a 2:01.5 versus Matt High of a 2:01.9. He's not holding back at this point. Matt Jordan also trying to give it all that he can do to try and move up through the order. Unfortunately, the BMW just not being as favorable in this run.
Yeah, definitely not, but he's trying to build up a gap to Peter Jelinek, which I can understand. Peter's breathing down his neck, trying his best to close up that gap, which is down to 3.7 seconds at the moment. Getting a bit bigger, but roughly 4 seconds, and it's been like that for quite a while. And with Matt Carter, I definitely get it. New fastest lap, 2:01.4 a couple of laps ago. Tries to keep it as close to the 2:02 flats, if not 2:01s, as he can, just to get that bit closer to Matt High, ever so slightly, inch closer. So maybe after his last pit stop, he has the chance of fighting it out with High again. I get that. I get the hope. But it's a lot of ground to make up. A lot of ground.
Well, Angel only 4.4 seconds behind Peter as well, as we could see that Mustang in shot as we keep an eye on Peter. So I think for 3rd place, we got a bit of an exciting time starting to build up. But Ben Brown, on the other hand, not having exciting time. The 22 lying in 8th place, looking a bit bent out of shape at the top of Skyline. And the Own It Racing team definitely needing a lot of work with the panel beaters this time around. And unfortunately, Here comes the tank slapper. Bang into the wall.
Aye. That's a big hit.
How many
Oh,
spares
God.
are you going to need? It's a good thing you all got the same car. Hater also a bit slow on the run as well, as he had to back off the throttle. As a team, this must be constantly frustrating, and the question of the monkey on the back comes in. Mark Townsend catching up to Dixon just ahead of him. Dixon Hurst keeping an eye on Mark Townsend, who's taken over the car of Marek and now looking to make his way past the Pro-Am, needing to get past the first of the AMs on the way through. I mean, this is just incredible stuff. Mark Townsend going to try and make short work of Dixon, but Dixon's going to go in for the fight here, catching up to one of the GT4s, utilizing as much of the slipstream as possible. Looks towards the inside line, going to carry a lot of the pace through. Mark Townsend not going to fight too much here, going to rather focus on the climb up through the corner, dives up on that inside, hooks it in. The BMW looking rather steady, and Dixon Hurst, unfortunately, not having the straight line. But for the team of Own It Racing, having multiple cars in all sorts of accidents must be a bit of a knock to the team going, and we've got that monkey on our back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, as soon as the incident starts to rack up, it's kind of hard to get yourself out of that mental place where you're like downbeaten and like, this is not going well anyway. Everything's going a bit to shit. So I kind of understand that, but it's great to see that they still keep pushing on.
Well, that's it. We've still got 30 cars going around. 37 cars started and 30 cars still going around the circuit. We hope to see the others able to rejoin for at least seeing the checkered flag. I mean, they've put the time down. They needed to do it. But let's talk about a GT4 battle. We talked enough about the GT3s. Let's talk about a GT4 battle as Dennis is on the back of Girotsby, who is fighting it out. Mick having to really do everything he can in a brightly colored Alpine with the number 38, I approve, on the side of the car, dealing with Dennis, who is constantly hounding him at the moment, looking for any way to get by. These two are currently fighting it out for 4th in the class and are not getting any breathing room with the GT3s catching them going up the mountain.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially hard to fight in the GT4s when you have to leave space. I mean, not have to leave space, but when you get overtaken like 3 times, 4 times a lap by GT3 cars, especially since the field is that far apart, it's not that easy. It's really not that easy. So trying to get a clean fight through that is a hard task.
And we've always spoken about patience being the key factor that everyone's going to have. As a GT4 driver, you've got to have the patience of just waiting to get on the throttle, but you're also worrying about the GT3s that are hounding you past, of whether they've going to just give you that little bit of breathing room. Unfortunately, Dennis, who loses out the slipstream down the Conrad straight, will feel it, and he's hoping that Mick just ahead of him is going to feel the exact same, as it does look like he's lost a bit of time down the Conrad straight, and Dennis is able to close up under braking and try and put that big Merc back into the fray against the little LP. So great racing on the way through, and this is turning into a bit of a wild run for our racers in the final 1 hour and 27 minutes. This is where fatigue kicks in. From a medical point of view, folks, this is what you're going to have. Eye strain. In other words, the flicker of the screen is going to make your eyes very heavy, very sore, dries them out severely, as we do have a change. Dennis straight lining Mick after landing into the dirt, but your eyes are going to get dry, especially if you're running on monitors or running on VR. You're going to get hot. You're going to definitely feel it. The wheelbases are radiating heat. You sitting in your rig is getting nice and warm as well. Also, your seating position, depending on how you set it up, can also have your lower back starting to ache. That gap in your lower back is starting to hurt like mad. you're starting to have the buildup of lactic acid in your legs, especially if you're running load cell pedals, especially the brake, as your left leg will start to build up that lactic acid, and the muscles will be starting to cramp. Your calf and will be starting to feel it. Your arms and your elbows and your shoulders will start to feel the strain as well. Your arms building up lactic acid, your wrists take an absolute beating. A lot of people tend to underestimate what it does to your wrists and your thumbs on the way through as well. Medically, you start getting into a agonizing situation if it's not set up correctly. Even if it is correct, you're dealing with the heat radiating through and you're starting to sweat a little bit as well. That leads on to how much hydration have you had, and also for a race like this, in different hours, depending on where you are in the world, means how much sleep have you gotten before this race to be able to put you on the good foot. I mean, Darius, there's so many different things as a driver in preparation before the race. What do you think of this?
I mean, of course there's a lot of preparation. I mean, we're running a 24 hours on the side, and I've got news from the 24 hours that's currently being hosted at Spa.
And
we're having a red flag. Massive collision has happened. We are having a red flag currently at Spa.
Alright, did it happen through Eau Rouge?
I don't know. My teammates will come back to me at that, but currently we're looking at a big red flag during Spa. I think that looks like bus stop. So I think after all the debris will be cleared, we're looking currently at like 30 minutes cleanup time or something like that.
Okay.
So let's see how this turns out.
A little bit bent out of shape there, folks, and hearing from another endurance race that sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan during the courses of these races, and sometimes you're going to have to keep a very close eye on the situation. Well, here at the Bathurst, it's been no different, except we're not planning to have a red flag, and I know Christian is not quite at the circuit. We do get him radioing in here to the commentary box, which is always great to have, but the chap is busy flying in space a little bit. Happens to be a bit of a... Do you know that he's actually got that room brings it up. Darius, do you know that Mr. Fengler has got a very unique passport?
I don't know if he has a unique passport.
He does.
I've known him for quite a while.
He's a certified star citizen. I mean...
Yes, I'm aware of that. He
jumped onto Elon Musk's rocket and that's it. I mean, like, fantastic. It's great stuff.
Yes. He's a SpaceX tester in his spare time. That's what he does.
But it doesn't quite make him an alien yet.
No, definitely not. But back onto your topic of preparation, Stephen. Just from my side, whenever we do like endurances, especially with LNR and stuff, the longer the endurances are, the more preparation there is. We've got like a whole Excel sheet: who's supposed to drive where and when, what tire sets we use, how much brake fade we have, when do we eventually change brakes, how will wet pressures look, how will the weather look. So there's an entire like 10 pages sheet that we use to like somewhat predict endurances. So depending on the team, there can be some preparation and there can also be too much preparation. Like there's the sky's the limit when it comes to preparation and endurances.
As we are seeing a couple of drivers, unfortunately, feeling the pressure and landing up in the dirt, going and battling their way around. I've got to take it off to the Lexus. Spewing fire from both sides is just incredible to see. It's one of the cars that at least they've done such a service. But Christian, unfortunately, not doing the bull a bit of a favor, putting it into the dirt and now having to make his way up. But Ben Brown pushing the likes of Mick up the hill, gets past him. Mick is chasing down Dennis ahead of him, so the Lexus may actually become a little bit of an effect here for the 4th place of the GT4s. He goes around the outside, and a very clean pass there. Well done to all 3 drivers.
Yeah, definitely. That could have led to some headache, especially in that part. But getting past 2 GT4s without impeding them much or even causing a collision, that takes somewhat racecraft.
Oh, Ben
I can
Brown.
applaud to that.
Ben Brown currently lying in 11th, and we do see a very broken Alpine, our Jules, who's still going round. I've got to say, a bit of a wide mouth on that bug eyes there, but he's still managing to keep it going, which hats off, trying to keep to the plan on the race on the way through. Great to see it. Matt Jordan running in 3rd place of HSR Esports. They have been on a bit of a charge of late in the Endurance Championship, trying to get a little bit better, trying to be the sharp end of the field. Competition has been chasing down. Aiden Carter, though, back onto a beautiful charge, trying to catch this person here, Matt High, out in 1st place, and slowly creeping into the fact. So maybe Matt High getting a little bit of word. He needs to keep the pace up, running 2:02.1. And Matt Carter on the other, Aiden Carter did a 2:01.6. So that's a huge difference in time in just one lap.
Definitely.
But it also shows
There's
traffic.
a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now.
Son Angel going and eking his way by one of the GT4s, having a tough time out there. But the track is becoming very decisive of this is the racing line. Don't go off it, otherwise you're going to have a headache. As we do have a change, Mick getting ahead of Dennis and clips the wall. So now our GT4s have had a bit of a change up for position. Dennis is now playing a little bit of catch up to the Alpine ahead of him. Yet again, it's going to be a race for these two as they make their way up towards Skyline. Hooks it into the left-hander. Oh, little clip of the wall. And it's just running to a fraction. I mean, the steering lightened up so much at the top of the hill there. Your front wheels starting to lift off the ground. And it's just so easy for the car to carry itself to the right. But you have to keep faith to keep that throttle in, that there's got to be that little bit of grip.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just looking at Delta times, Mr. Jelinek is not quite done with Mr. Jordan yet.
Not at all.
We're looking at
2.3
2
seconds.
Yeah.
So we have got a race here, folks, and Matt Jordan, who did a 2:04.4 on his last lap. Peter did a 2:04.2 on his run. Now chasing down. This is going to be a bit of a wild one, but this is going to be an incredible race. For those that are wanting to keep an eye out on all the action, we do have live timing up and going on pit wall, and just go and look up RF. You'll see it there, the 4 hours of Bathurst, the HsRxERAxDGSR 4 hours of Bathurst. Go take a look. We'll also put a link for you guys to see, and definitely keep an eye out on this. It's going to be wild. This is going to be crazy. This is what we love to see here in the racing scene, and I've got to say, this was fantastic. I will say 2 things happened that really put a smile on my face almost immediately when it came to it. When I got the call from Christian saying, "Would you like to do the commentary?" I was smiling ear to ear. When Darius told me he's going to join me in the box, I was smiling ear to ear. This has definitely been a well worth race not to have been missed at all. And Darius, your 24 hours is a good one, but not quite as good as what we're seeing here on track.
Understandable, Steve. That's why I joined you in the commentary box while I was out of the car.
Well, do you blame it? As we do
No,
see
definitely
Aiden
not.
Carter clipping the wall ever so slightly. He's pushing harder and harder, and small mistakes starting to creep in little by little at the moment. This is getting a little bit lively, and he is pushing to keep the momentum going. So, Darius, I know you said that it's got to be a tall order, but I do think it is a possibility. We do see a bit of a slow Alpine, though, becoming a little bit of a problem. making his way through. This is Jules, and that car is definitely not turning.
No, something's wrong with that car, definitely.
Well, I can tell you what's wrong with that car. Darius, your steering wheel
Yeah.
doesn't do that.
I see it. I see it. That's not looking healthy, to say the least.
That, unfortunately, is a very broken car. So let's try and take a look. So he lost it at the top of the hill, and it was just ping pong all the way down. He's lost it well before then. This is going back a minute, and take a look at how this... Oh, that's Dixon Hurst,
Oh.
who got squashed. He couldn't find a way past.
I know how that feels, being boxed in the yellow flag around Bathurst Endurance once. So, yeah, this is a bad situation. That's not a situation you want to have. So I feel for Dixon Hurst. We've all been... I mean, I've been there, and that's just not a situation you want to be in.
I'm trying to find where he actually clipped the wall. Okay, so this is going at the top. This is where he's got damage. So this is where it had to have all gone wrong. Clip the wall there, bounce back. Oh, 2, 3, and nearly landing out. 2 of the GT3s, the Honda and the Lexus coming by. And he can't get the car in the pits. He physically can't get the car in the pits. He can't turn it left enough. Oh, yeah, he
Just
goes.
about made it.
Jules, listen to those tires. Oh, that is just brutal. I can hear the Michelins, the Pirellis. If you are mechanically minded, that is just agonizing. But let's go back to a race, because that actually influenced this little fight of Matt Jordan and Peter Yelnick, who got closer to one another. 1 second separating them, and they got caught up behind Jules when he was going slow. So other than Dixon Hurst landed up squashed against a wall, because unfortunately Jules could not turn the steering physically anymore, is now influenced how this little fight's gone in favor of Peter.
Yeah, definitely. He's now up to 0.6, 0.7, inching ever so slightly closer to the BMW, and with the big straight between turn 1 and turn 2, he's going to catch up even more. So we're going to have a nice little fight on our hand between a Lexus and a BMW.
Oh, I've got to say,
In a couple of minutes.
I'm voting on the V8 over the 4-cylinder turbocharged, I won't lie. The small block V8 has definitely got to be in the favour. Yeah, but Peter's on the charge.
Steven, that's something I wanted to correct you, like the last time when I rewatched your Monza race, or the
Yes.
commentary of your Monza race. It's an inline 6.
Inline 6, okay.
It's not inline 4, it's inline 6.
Inline 6, okay, fair enough. It's an inline 6, but it's not a V8.
No.
Okay, it
And
doesn't...
it's especially it's not the Lexus V8.
Look, would you rather have the big, burly bodyguard, or would you rather have the big, burly asthma pump person in a fight?
I'm gonna give you the third option. I'd rather have the Italian athlete.
Ah, so you like the 296?
No, I'm rooting for the Italian flat plane V8 in the 488.
I was gonna say, we were gonna get it live here, that Darius has concluded the beautiful, in his eyes, Ferrari 296 that replaced the horrific looking 488.
Yeah, I love myself a vacuum cleaner. That's why I like the 296 so much.
It's why Chris enjoys the lawnmower of the little Honda that goes around. But it's just fantastic that these cars have personalities, that even as sim racers, we enjoy jumping into them and picking up on the different personalities. And you can see when drivers pick cars, yes, you can go for the meta, you can go for the best there is, but when the BOP is introduced, it levels the playing field, and it then becomes what car suits the driver. Even though it may be on the back foot in some instances, at the same time, you look at it and you go, Well, I like the car. I like what it does. I like that little understeer, or it's got that little look that's scratch behind the ear type of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Audi. Like, coming from the 488, I like my car, like, doing what I tell it to with the steering wheel, and the 488 is very direct on the steering input. So if you steer there, it will either go there or understeer. There's nothing in between. And that's something the Audi doesn't have. The Audi is a bit more sluggish. The 488 it's very nimble. The Audi is a bit more sluggish. But I've grown quite fond of the 5.2 liter V10 screaming my ears off.
Well, that's it. I mean, it sings a song, and it's much like the BMW M4 GT4. Let's be frank here. As much as we give it flack, we've watched the evolution of cars, those old reliables that you could always jump into. The Bentley, the Aston Martin V8 AMR was the old reliable that you could go into. The Ferrari 296 has also been that old, has now become that old reliable, but so has the M4 GT3. It is that comfortable car, if you are new to the sim, that you can reliably jump into and go for it. But we're also seeing another old reliable.
Good fake round the outside from Jelinek, and that fake made him past Mike Jordan.
Beautifully.
He faked round the outside, forced Jordan into a mistake, and just gone through.
Well, let's go and re-watch that pass, because it was a beautiful one indeed. It is blue versus red, a fight that has been around since Noah's Ark, and you can see around the outside, under braking, swap around. Unfortunately, BMW not stopping on a dime anymore, and it was Peter Jelinek, the solo driver, outdoing Matt Jordan, who's taken over the car. Remember, Matt Jordan is a fresher driver than Peter Jelinek. So that is really well done to keep your head on your shoulders, but Matt Jordan wouldn't forget that, and the 404 car is now looking to put the pressure back onto Peter as quick as he can.
Yeah, definitely. But just from that, that racecraft hint, that superior racecraft hint from Jelinek, just putting it down the outside of the chase and being like, okay, I'm gonna brake as late as I can, and let's see if he actually tries to brake later. And it worked. It's a trick that's as old as the book, but it still works.
And it's all about the person watching their mirrors like a hawk. And that is because you've sat behind them enough to read what the drivers are doing. And that is definitely a skill needed. But Peter Jelinek getting caught behind a couple of the cars, one being a little Honda NSX that's running in 21st position. That's Adrian Murad, who is now trying to get past one of the GT4s, immediately cuts back. And now Peter Jelinek is going to have to make quick work of him down the Conrad straight and not lose out time. Matt Jordan going to get caught up behind the GT4 just a little bit. Adrian trying to go around, keep it around the outside. Beautifully done, but Matt Jordan is now having to do the exact same thing. But Adrian not going to be able to lose out too much time into the final corner. So this BMW, unfortunately, going to have to wait yet another corner before you can go onto the attack.
And that's all points into Jelinek's bank account. That's all the gap points Jelinek somewhat needs to keep the BMW out of his slipstream range. They're up to 2.5 seconds now. This might actually help Jelinek in the long run. But we're all victims to traffic.
Dixon Hurst moves out of the way of Eric Bodeman and says, listen, I'm going to just give you the gap here. Eric says, thank you very much, not worrying about too much of a fight on the way through. And what I thought was going to be a close battle, Dixon saying that you're not in my class, I'm not going to worry about you. Playing the long game here in the final hour and 7 minutes. So a bit of clever thinking going on. Oh, over the curb and gets it unsteady up against one of the GT4s. But both managing just to save it on the way through. So well done. And that was Joseph German, who of the Red Comet Racing has had a bit of a tough race nonetheless. The whole team needing to really keep an eye, and they still got that 10 seconds onto them as well. I've got to say though, with all the incidents, there hasn't been too many penalties handed out during the course of this race. Have you noticed that?
I mean, I'm running the broadcaster, so I don't quite get all the penalties in there. But just from all the penalties that appear, like in the beginning of the race, there were a lot of penalties, but it's kind of ebbed down a bit. I don't know if people are not reporting their incidents, or if, you know, just the stewards are kind of backed up because of the amount of incidents they are. Because I know at some point this can be like, you're like backlogged on like 30 incidents, because one incident, if it's a bit unclear, takes like an eternity to solve. And now we're having our first guest of the evening, Stephen. I'm bringing up Mr. Chris Wall from the ER Diplomatic Immunity Racing Team. Hello, Chris.
There he is.
Dave.
Hello, boys. Hello.
Hello, Chris Wall.
Hello, I did come in before, but I didn't put my hand up because you didn't know I was here.
Sorry.
We blind
No,
as
it's
bats, Chris. As you noticed, Darius can't get through traffic. That's why he's not here racing with you. So that tells the story. And I'm never in the seat, so because I'm also blind as a bat. I can't even figure my way to the track. So, yeah. No, it's glad to have you here, Chris. But take us through the race so far. Bit of a difficult time out there and so much happening. And your stint was also quite a bit of a hectic run as well.
Yeah. I'll sum my stint up by basically saying we prepared diligently, chaos ensued, bon appetit. Basically, it's I want to underline that by saying I think we started like P19, something like that. We're probably running in 9th, so we're doing okay, I think. I had a bit of a whoopsie on my first lap out. I just got caught short by how slow the GT4s were across the top. And I had to get on the brakes to stop myself from putting one of them in the shadow realm and put myself there instead. But after that, I was okay. The car was quite heavily damaged. Lewis is doing a sterling job out there at the minute.
It's been a great run, and I've got to say the Nissan GTR, very interesting car to take in a race. Your thoughts on the car itself? I mean, this is not one that usually would be picked, and being one of the only competitors to be running it, what was the method of picking a Nissan GTR over something like a Mustang, a Lexus, a McLaren, an Aston Martin?
All Lewis's fault. So this is Lewis's main car. He loves this thing. He also loves the mountains, so he is a bit of a Nissan stan. As you know, I normally drive the Aston Martin, which is a pretty different driving philosophy, even though the sort of engine layout's the same. The way you drive it is quite different. So I'm basically arriving and driving here. It's like driving an angry weasel. It doesn't like turning. Its initial acceleration is always a little bit twitchy, but it's fun. It's an entertaining car to drive. It keeps you on your toes, so it's a good car for the mountain. Not the fastest.
I've honestly never heard that. Okay, I know Darius has got a few questions about your angry weasel that's currently on track. Darius, anything from your side?
Oh yeah, the thing is, like, how excited was Lewis at the start? I mean, we got through the first lap without an entire incident, and you know, us both knowing Lewis and always like shit talking starts of how often he gets crashed, this was actually quite clean, and I'm seeing the deltas on race control, and Lewis is actually performing pretty well.
Yeah, I'm not trying to jinx it, mate. I'm not telling him. I'm in the chat saying this is shit, mate. Oh, just trying a bit of reverse psychology, but actually, I don't want to tell him that he's actually doing a brilliant job out there.
If you tell that, he will get a rise out of it, and then he will make a mistake, as usual.
I'm keeping him humble. No, the start was nervy. I think that I just tried to drill into him, like, if we lose positions, I don't care. If we get a situation where just getting out of the way will keep us out of the wall or anything. Let's just do that, and he didn't. Surprisingly clean lap one from Bathurst. You know, we're both doing enough races here that we know it's absolute mayhem normally. So I was quite impressed by that.
Yeah, also were we. There was like nothing happened on lap 1. It was completely mind-blowing.
Only lap 2 was where it all fell apart.
Yeah, lap 2 instantly fell apart. That's a different story. That's not lap 1.
No, definitely not the case. What's the strategy for the final 1 hour and 1 minute of the race? Are we expecting you to get back in the car, or is it going to be Lewis for the rest of the time? What's the game plan now?
Yeah. So I'm getting back in. The final stint left is to be confirmed yet. Don't want to give anything away. But I'll be taking the car through to the end.
Okay, right. So bit of a working there. 9th position though, and 24 seconds behind Andy Thrump in the 1-2-1 car, and 49 seconds ahead of Ben Brown. It's been an interesting race, a gentle climb through it all. Where are you roughly, your target by the end of the race? Where are you aiming to be at?
We're aiming to finish P9. We don't think the car ahead is within our grasp, given their pace and stuff. We may be able to get them, I'm not sure. We are just really focusing on the car behind. We've got about a 50-second gap, but they have been quite quick. We're hoping to finish within the top 10.
Well, I can say that Andy and Lewis Knight are running very similar times, with Andy's last lap time at 2:04.2 and Lewis doing a 2:04.9. But this is some difficult stuff. But there's very few times I get to have Chris in the commentary box with Darius, but you two know each other very, very well. You've gone door to door with one another.
Yeah,
You've also
friends, you know.
Intimately is the word you're looking for.
ding doors and brought cars to life in some form or fashion, as we see Lewis actually clipping the dirt a little bit, so maybe a bit of fatigue. But Darius, seeing Chris out on track and getting to see the performance out there, I'm sure a little bit of heart and mouth moment to see a fellow competitor that you've gone door to door with going and climbing his way up.
Not only going door to door with, like, we've raced endurance races together, like we've done a lot of shit together, and at some point I was actually expecting a patented Chris Wallsend, because the man used to be a postman in his last life.
You didn't watch my stint then, mate. It happened.
It happened? Okay, because that was not on camera. I didn't caught that.
Yeah, it happened. I did a few sends in my first stint, even with a damaged car. So I'll try and show you later.
That would be great. I would appreciate that. But yeah, like driving endurance races with Chris, there was this infamous 9.5-hour race of Kyalami, which was supposed to be a 24-hour race, till like the South African weather gods decided to red flag it multiple times, and then the race got like cleared out. And I think that was the most fun 9.5 hours I've ever had. I mean, I got all of my 5 stints done before the race got red flagged, so I was a bit pissed. But still, like, the journey was the thing. Like, the journey was really enjoyable. So, Chris being like my most favorite teammate, I also spend a lot of time with the other Chris, aka Chris with a K. But Chris with a K, I love the guy to bits, but he's a bit too sweaty sometimes.
He's too quick. He's too quick to be fun. If you listen, Chris, I love you too, by the way.
That's why we love Paul so much. Paul's sometimes not quick, but Paul's the most fun to be around with.
Oh, he's like, you guys are. Yeah, that Kyalami race was just a lot of fun.
Definitely.
And that's what these enduros are. Like, you've got to keep like the fun element in it. And me and Lewis have spent the last 3 hours just taking the piss out of each other, basically. So it's been a lot of fun.
As you do.
And we've been in the voice chat with David Roth and Lindbergh, so we've been taking the piss out of them.
Fair enough. And I've got to ask for anyone wanting to jump into these races, to join us here at HsRxERAxDSGR, to be part of the Enduros, what advice can you give to people wanting to come into it that are still sitting on the fence, whether to join and be a part of the endurance race, and those that are just, just uncertain whether they can keep up?
Well, pace isn't everything. There's always someone to race in these enduros, and the whole setup of them really is sort of designed so that it hones your racecraft rather than your one lap pace. So if you're someone probably like me, to be fair, and I'm not the quickest over a lap, but I like to think I've got good racecraft. God bless. So yeah, I like to think I've got good racecraft about me, and can sort of hold my own in a pack of cars. So if you're interested in getting involved, find a league. ERA is great for this. Just get involved in some races, find some people that you really click with, and just have fun with it. Don't worry about the results too much. It's all about the time you spend on track together. It's not about the virtual result.
Well, it's always glad to see Ollie Harris unfortunately stopped on track and now trying to turn the car around, and he is stuck in the mountain and looking very, very bent as well. Well, thank you very, very much, Chris. That's everything on my part. Darius, anything you'd like to say before we release Chris Wall to carry on telling Lewis that he's not quite on pace yet, he's still got that little bit to go, and maybe pouring a bit of water in a glass as well up in front of the microphone?
The only thing I can add, or I can send you away with, Chris, is give Tiny my best and give him some abuse like he deserves.
Yeah, I will do just that, and I best go back and join him now, because I bet his heart rate's spiked right near me.
Yeah, that is definitely it, as we do see Nick Manders going off circuit and Michael Tipnicker going pulling into the pits. Chris Wall coming in and having a chat. Absolutely great stuff, but that has now moved it up into 8th position, well on the microphone. So much info we can get from the drivers, but also just how it goes from focusing on a professional aspect of we've practiced a lot, we've got this all going, to mate, you're not quite on pace, don't worry about it, type of thing. There's just so much that comes out of an endurance race, Darius, that you can't describe unless you've been in it.
Yeah.
And, well, the been in it is the McLaren Racing Ollie Harris, who is just... Man, we've seen this before. Take a look at the steering to try and get the car back into the pits after a major impact with the wall.
Oh, that's not looking good.
It's better than the GT4, can get it into the pits, but man, oh man.
True, but not the angle I'd normally go in a straight line.
No, and for a driver, a sim racer, what does that actually feel like? You've broken a few cars in your sim racing career. You've also got a variety. You've been through a different variety of steering wheels or different types of drive steering wheels. What does that actually mean on a sim racing steering? For people at home sitting with controllers, or haven't actually jumped behind a sim racing steering wheel and feeling that little bit of problematic, as we do see Ben Brown going and missing the corner, and Michael Louis also go a little bit slow.
I mean, depending on like what drivetrain you drive, so if you use direct drive, belt driven or something like that, like binning a car is always the same thing. If you run high torque wheels, it's the same as they give as a rule of thumb in F1. If you see a big collision happening and you can't avoid it, sometimes it's just better to take your hands off the steering wheel. Because if we're looking like 15 or 20 Newton meters, if the wheel jerks in the moment of impact and you still have your thumb in there and try to catch it, that might hurt just a little bit. Might actually break your thumb, might dislodge your wrist. Depends. I've dislodged the wrist once. Well, that's a different story. But like in terms of damage, like if you've got a broken front axle, I mean, you've seen it on the steering wheel. If like 90 degrees to the left is like straight, and then you try to turn left, and it just feels like there's no resistance, there's no force in turning. So basically you're turning more, but your tires just don't turn anymore. It's like overturning a car when you have understeer. And then the other direction where where the suspension's broken and the steering, when you try turning into that direction, it's a lot harder than the normal steering input. It's like forcefully trying to get the wheel out of the chassis that it's stuck into. Basically, that's the feeling I'm getting from that. But there was a funny thing like 2 days ago in practice around Bathurst where I binned my Audi going down the mountain. I've hit the front left suspension and I've hit the front right suspension, and my steering wheel was basically 180 degrees flipped. So my upshift was on the left hand and my downshift was on the right hand. 180 degrees flipped, and I could still drive the car normally, just mirrored. That was weird.
Okay.
That was weird.
I can believe that. Well, Aiden Carter retaking third place, and Angel tucking in behind him. Lost the driver out of turn 1, and now he's swapped out. Aiden Carter has got that third place. Now needs to open up the gap to Angel. Don't think Angel would put too much of a fight. Last lap time was a 2:04.3, where Aiden Carter was a 2:01.4. So I don't think there's going to be too much of a fight there, but they are coming up to one GT4 that's trying to get turned around, and that's Joseph German, who lost it coming down a skyline and now manages to get going once again. Unfortunately, losing out a bit of time to the rest of the field. I mean, there's so many different things going on. We've got Scott with 10 seconds, we've got German with 10 seconds that they need to serve during their pit stops. We're starting to see more and more changes happening throughout the race. And in the crucial 50 minutes of the race, I mean, this is, you just have to do one more stop. And that's all that you need to do in this race, I would presume, to be able to get it to the end. And for drivers like Matt High, Peter Jelinek, who's now coming into the bits, Sonna Angel, who's also needing to go, Lewis Knight, who we heard is going to have one more stop. Well, they're going to be doing 3 stops by the end of this race. They have saved a significant amount of fuel to try and get these cars to the end.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I had to have a hard sneeze. I mean, just look at Aiden Carter. Aiden Carter's currently the only of the top 4, apart from Mr. Jelinek, who's now stopped, and he's reeling in the rest of the grid quite a lot. So I want to see how big of a delta he actually has to Matt High as soon as Matt gets out of the pits, because Matt still has to pit.
We also have
I want to see how far he brought that down.
We've got a bit of a slow car. Dixon Hurst and Hayter having a bit of a tough time as well. Thankfully, Dixon Hurst was away from the mountain. Hayter was in the mountain with a bit of a problem as well. So there's just so much going on in this race, and we still have so much time. 30 teams still circulating, 7 retirements during the course of this race, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, thank you so much for joining us. Where have you been? It's been exciting, it's been crazy, it's been madness on the way through, as we do have Aiden Carter nearly into the back of the Honda just ahead of him. Had to bail out as quick as he could to avoid serious contact under braking, and is having a difficult time. Not easy to overtake in the mountain, and quite frankly, the Mandalorians knowing and showing that they are going to hold the way, but that has allowed Son and Angel to suddenly get a bit closer to the fight once again. So Carter opened up a bit of a gap. Unfortunately, that's been cut down yet again with traffic. And now Angel's going to have to try and make his way around without losing too much time. Carter trying to fight it out against the GT4s.
I mean, it's not much of a fight, is there? This is a Lexus in a straight. You're not fighting that in a GT4.
Well, Steve tried his best, and he's running in third place of the GT4, so he doesn't want to lose any time, as he's 25 seconds away from a couple of the drivers. And we've got a bit of a problem. That is Jules very, very slow coming up the hill. This is dreadfully slow.
Has he run out of fuel?
That's fourth gear against the wall, hugging the wall.
Hold on. Let me investigate.
We're in
No,
car with
no,
him. He's accelerating.
Yeah, he's not run out of fuel.
Was he?
I wonder what that was then.
Was he trapped in gear?
Maybe he's stalled and the engine's just turned off. Maybe he's hit the ignition by mistake.
But you've got to bring the car to a stop. So this is coming up the hill. He's definitely accelerating, but he's in fourth gear. And there's a down the gears up. Bit of a bizarre one, but maybe that little Alpine has taken more than enough hits during the course of the race that it's made it rather uncomfortable to drive. But he's back up to speed now, and given his due, Jules has been, he's just driving along, he's carrying on. You can't take it away from the chap. He's still sticking in it, despite having a car that's been minced against majority of the walls and is a little bit unsteady in a straight line. So definitely not a very comfortable drive, but he is trying to get it to the end and is not in last place. That goes to Prem Hire. Ollie Harris though bounces off the wall and he's not trying to get himself going. Dan Stevens goes and loses a bit of time as he comes down the hill and avoiding a bit of a fight ahead of him as well. So he's letting Dixon Hurst to try and make his way around, but there is a bit of a fight with Michael Topnik in 5th place, trying to also make his way through. This is now getting a little bit busy for Michael, who's trying to get past. A quick flash of the light saying, listen, I'm coming through, like it or not, we're going to come through. And that has also brought in one of the Lexus to fight it in as well. So Michael not having an easy time out there.
Definitely not.
So this is,
I mean, given all the rest that's running up, this might actually get interesting. Especially since Matt High still hasn't pitted yet. We're running close to 40 minutes and the race leader still hasn't done his 3rd pit stop.
What can you do in the car as a driver to go and get this much fuel saving? There has to be something you can do, but at the same time can be extremely compromising, because he's still running very quick lap times at the moment. He's still being a bit of a gentle fight throughout the race, but how long can you go on a tank?
I mean, that just depends. I mean, he can turn down his engine map to use a little less fuel and bleed off a bit of speed. He can do a bit of coasting up and down the mountain, because, you know, gravity does its thing. But I'm guessing Mr. High might have to come in for a pit stop in about 5 or so minutes. He's closing to 60 minutes on the stint timer. I'd say maximum 65 minutes on a tank.
Oh,
so
no.
9 more minutes.
Oh no, this is just agonizing. Jules into the wall again and has bent the car and is now fighting to keep it in check. And I think he's bent the steering well before. Oh, and then clips the wall. And now has got a very familiar steering to what he recently had. A full turn to the left to put the car straight. Oh, your heart goes out to a competitor sitting like this, I won't lie. I mean, Doris,
yeah.
you haven't had much time chatting in the box, but as a competitor, you can appreciate the agonizing pain this must be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, I mean, dragging that thing back to the pit lane just to not lose a lap instead of, you know, being returned by the marshals, that's a hard thing. I mean, if you drag it back like once or twice, that's agonizing enough as it is, but dragging it back 4 times and just still keep going. I mean, it's a good thing because he shows he has the dedication for it. He really wants to finish the race, and I really applaud that. But I get if you would say like, okay, I'm tired of this. I can't do this anymore, because dragging this thing back every time and again, whenever you spin it on the mountain, it's not a nice feeling, like dragging this back, because not only do you basically endanger yourself and limp along the track, you also endanger your competitors, because you have to do your best to keep as predictable and controllable in an uncontrollable car as you can get. If the steering bounces once or something like that and you bounce onto the other side of a track, it might be the possibility that you take out a competitor, and that's something you definitely don't want, especially not in that situation. That brings a lot of guilt.
I agree. It's one of those do you don't you moments, and even if it's a tow back to the pits, get the car going. You can still do it. I've got to say, I'm rooting for quite a few teams that are racing. You know, just to see them get to the line. Great recoveries, great racing, clean racing, most consistent. But I have to say, for the worst of luck in a race, Jules takes the cake on that one. But I'm gonna say it, and I think everyone in the grandstand will join me in saying it. Jules, keep going. Keep getting to the end. We want to see this little pink Alpine get to the end, come hell or high water. I mean, if they could do it in Formula 1 to get those cars to the line, and especially in such a high position after they drove over each other's wheels in Monaco, we want to see that little Alpine get to the end. That zero quit in a driver, that want to see the checkered flag, and it's something I say repeatedly. You want to see that checkered flag because it means a lot in terms of confidence that you got to the end, you spent that time, and you didn't quit. There's been 7 retirements in this race. Don't be the 8th. Don't be that guy. Don't be that car. And even if it's not going your way, you battling it out, and it feels like you pulling toenails out. You've stubbed your pinky toe on the corner of the table in the living room at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you step back onto a piece of Lego. That sort of pain, you're going to earn the respect of every single driver for getting it across the line, regardless of that luck. That is hands down a cert.
Definitely, and from what I can hear from the pit wall, I think those Alpine mechanics might actually perform wonders. Let's just wait and see what they come up with.
Well, I mean, if anyone's out there that can lend in a bit of rope, cable ties, maybe some bits of spares from a Renault that's sitting in the parking lot, go for it. But let's go through our running order with 39 minutes to go, because a bit of an interest here. Matt High currently leading out the pack. Aiden Carter, Son and Angel running in 3rd place. Then we have got the Oned Racing Stronger team running in 4th, followed by HSI Esports, Michael Topnick in 5th. 6th place, Charlie Morgan of the Oned Simhound Rookies. Definitely not being a rookie, sitting in that high position. Oned Racing, Nick Panders running in 7th. 8th place is Matt Keys of BS Motorsport. Definitely no BS there, as Chris Wall chasing down after we just had a chat with him, and one of the Alpines getting very out of shape behind him. But Chris Wall behind the car, and come on, Chris Lewis was doing better. Come on, buddy. He's running in 9th place. Ben Brown trying to make his way through on the Oned Racing in the top 10. Now we move out of the top 10 into the top 20. Team WRT, Mark Townsend being chased down by Mark Farrell. Michael Louis, who has been on a great charge. We've spoken quite a few times about this Porsche. Christian going and making his way through. Lying in 14th, 15th is Gus Peters. And that is 1st and 2nd of our AM, with Morgan running 1st of our pros. But as we say, the stewards have been pretty relaxed. Townsend immediately gets a 5-second penalty added to their time. Alex Kelly running in 16th, Dan Stevens running in 17th, 18th is Cedric Muir, who's also had a really rough race, but glad to see this Porsche still going nonetheless. another GT3 that's been slugging it out, but we got to give it up for, and that is Mr. Hater, who, well, has had a horrific drive in a GT3, but is still out there giving it horns. Glad to see it. And then we move into our GT4s. Johan Brent, followed by Stephen Brent, chasing him down. Ollie Harris in the McLaren, also a car that's taken a fair amount of beating on the climb back, running in 22nd position. Dennis Villan running in 23rd and 3rd in class. Matt Godges-Scott along with Jabrowski in 25th. Fabio Vera a little bit further down in the Honda NSX, going and representing Brazil and doing a great job out there. And despite all the circumstances, is still circulating. Daniels Volant is making his way through. Ernest Lumbergs going and chasing down. And Jules is back on track. The little Alpine's going. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes! Along, we're a little bit further down. Premiere in 30th position. I am happy with that. I'm genuinely happy. I've got a little smile. My heart's smiling.
Yes, the little baguette that could.
That's it. The little bit. There's no way of. Now, honestly, I can never look at that car the same. It's a neatly pink wrap baguette.
I mean, I had a GT4 Alpine once that I drove in a series that was called my. I mean, you know Prince, the musician, right?
Yes.
So Prince had a song called My Little Red Corvette.
Yeah.
My Alpine stated My Little Red Baguette.
Oh, love it. Well, I mean, we've heard it all. We've heard naming cars, all sorts of things. I mean, we've got the Angry Weasel Nissan. Like, I can never look at this car.
I just call it the Datsun.
You can't. It's an Angry Weasel. I can't. There's its little eyes and it. I mean, genuinely, if we look at the car from the front, I can see the weasel. There's the
angry
eyes.
weasel.
There's the eyes with a little bit of a black mask to it. It's like the trash cat that you get.
The trash panda.
Yeah, that's
trash
it.
pandas.
The trash pandas. But the Angry Weaselness, I'll never look at this in the same again. Oh my heavens. Oh, what are we doing with our lives? We're renaming cars. Welcome to Bathurst, where we're going and fighting koala bears, kicking kangaroos, chasing down horses, and we're driving angry weasels. And,
yes.
having a little baguette that could as well. Oh my heavens. Welcome guys to the beautiful 4 hours of Bathurst. Thank you so much for joining us. Final 34 minutes of the race in the commentary box, the one and only Darius. That's having a huge amount of fun here. He's also participating in a 24-hour while watching these amazing world-class competitors fight it out in 4 hours of Bathurst in a race that has evolved prior to the green flag. Evolved 4 times. Prior to the green flag, it was raining, it was not, it was raining, it was not, it was dry, it was hot, and it's now gone insane. It's all unfolded. It's definitely been an experience of note as one of the Alpines into the wall. That is the 38 car of Mick going and clipping the wall. Got unsteady at the top of the hill. Doesn't look too bad.
Oh no! That's Mr. Wall the wrong way around. From Conrad into Chase. He's clipped the curb on the inside, done a nice 360, flattened his tires, and now he's back on.
So he's also an angry weasel now.
Yes.
Okay.
He's now on an angry weasel with flat shoes.
He's got flat foot.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Sorry, Chris. Next time you're watching this back, for all the times you've chirped Lewis, it's all coming back. Christian is also the wrong way around as well, as he turns the Raging Bull around and lands up trying to get going. He lost out a bit of time to Gus Peters of Beachburg Racing, who is now leading the AMs after that single mistake has crept in. And that tells you there's so many different races happening. There's so many evolutions in the race. I mean, Mark Townsend is chasing on to the back of Ben Brown. And this is going to be BMW versus Lexus again. This is our Pro-Am. Unfortunately, Townsend has got a 5-second penalty, so once he gets past Ben, he's going to have to give it all. Angel now into the pits as well, so that is going to be his final stop and getting it sorted out. Matt High has come out of the pits on lap 100 and is now rejoining the race, but where is Carter? Carter's still coming down the mountain at this point, so definitely a little bit far back.
67 seconds behind. An entire minute.
Still made up a bit of ground, especially after an early, well, a bit of a smack in the midway through the race that changed up the entire plan. It's been a proper climb for Aiden Carter, but Matt High, very few mistakes, has been on a great climb, and to ensure that he's going to try and secure that first place.
Definitely props to Matt High. He's kept it out of the wars. Few mistakes here and there, but nothing that was like race ending or big collisions or something like that. Definitely have to hand it to Matt High. The consistency is great. Pace is very, very good, and like you said, there were no big incidents with Matt, so he just had a good ride through this. And with Carter and the big incident down the mountain, going back to like 1 minute and 7 seconds, so 67 seconds, coming from like nearly 2 minutes, that's also very, very big. So you've got to hand it to Carter for the recovery he's done after that bad of an incident.
I've got to say, it's been an absolute great run for many of the drivers, and definitely gonna have a memorable time. If I've got to ask Darius, if you had to put a picture frame moment on your wall for this race, what would it be that's taking that moment? We still got 30 minutes to go, and there's still plenty of racing out on track. But if you had to think of a moment to put on your wall and say, that's a highlight moment, what would it be through what you've seen currently in this race?
Oh, I'd say that's difficult, but I'm quite high on like high racecraft sense, and Aiden Carter just sending it round the inside of an Alpine going down the mountain, being chased by Matt High, who was 0.2 seconds behind. I think that moment takes the cake.
I have to agree on that one. It was definitely a risk it for the biscuit move, and a well done to all drivers in a very difficult situation. There was a utmost trust with each of the competitors to say, listen, we're gonna keep this clean. There was that little bit of a deep breath moment had by all, but all having the understanding of what needed to be done. It's definitely, if I can describe racing, it's been that it's like a dance, a very gentle dance with everyone, that little bit of a tango. But the question also goes out to the spectators of what would be your moment. And RevUp actually goes and has sent a message into the commentary box here saying probably the fight between the BMW and the Porsche, as it was entertaining to see the two. And that was this very Porsche, this WRT, Team WRT with Mark Townsend, who's now going and pulling into the pits. It was Merrick that was behind the wheel of the car. He had a great time there with Michael Louis for a very, very long time. The two of them were having a great duel, and Michael Louis had to pull out all the stops to try and make it happen. Now, I think as a pro driver, there's got to be a bit of a tip of the hat moment to a Pro-Am team that kept you on your back foot that well. And considering that there is a bit of a gap as Michael Louis is trying to close up on Mark Townsend, who's now leaving the pit, so Townsend's going to continue in the car for the rest of this race. There's definitely that tip of the hat moment of, well done, you earned a bit of respect there. So I have to agree with that one. Darius, what's your take to that?
Yeah, the battle between Marek Drożak and Michael Lewis, I think. Michael Louis, yeah. That was absolutely amazing. Like, that went on for ages, and the pressure that Louis built on Dvorak into every corner was just so phenomenal, and Marek's defending was so on point that he just couldn't get past no matter how hard he tried. I heard that Canadian screaming in the Porsche going by the commentary booth. I'm pretty sure I heard that Canadian screaming, because that has to be so frustrating to not get past for like 20 laps in a row. But also, I think those two, whenever they get close to one another on track again, will blindly trust each other, because they made it, so they made the entire battle for like 3/4 of an hour without a single piece of contact. And I applaud to that. That was great racecraft.
Hands down. Definitely, it's the trustful exercise. You're definitely going to have a bit of trust there. But the GT4s also had a good one. I mean, Dennis has fought it out with Steve, and he has fought it out with Mick, who, I mean, these three have had a great run with one another. Matt Godger, Scott, has been that consistent drive has done them well, but Steve has had to make the climb back. Dennis has had a good fight, and Mick has had a great fight in amongst the GT4s. We cannot forget that the GT4s out on track are also well deserved on the respect that they've done, keeping out of trouble, keeping the momentum, and for that they've also got a very difficult task to try and keep the cars, you know, on that racing line. You don't want to be thrown off a racing line too much. You will land up in the wall because it will understeer quite a bit. But the GT4s have also showed some great driving skill to keep it all on track.
Stephen, I'm gonna have to leave you for 5 minutes. There's news from the team track site in Spa. I'll be back in a few, but I have to step out and take a phone call.
No, you're more than welcome, Darius. Go and do what you need to do. Take your phone call and be a part of it. But as we take a look at Aiden Carter, dives up on the inside of one of our GT4s, making up a bit of time. Matt High, little clip on the dirt as he gets a little bit unsettled at the top of Skyline. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 25 minutes to go. The 4 hours of Bathurst. It is a wild one. And I hope that you are ready for some more excitement, as there's plenty of more racing going on. Mark Townsend, 2.3 seconds behind Max Farrell. And we have got Cedric into the wall and landing up with that Porsche, being a little bit bent once again, having a difficult time in this race, but is still doing everything he can to keep up the momentum. So great to see that there is still a little bit of fight left in a lot of these cars. Hater clipping the dirt on the way through. He's trying to make up some time after a bit of a devastating race. But good to see that he's going and having a bit of fun. Matt Godger fighting it out, trying to make up some time. Loses out a bit of time to one of the GT3s, that's the Beachburg Racing, but is now 2.3 seconds behind third place of the GT4s. So Dennis Weissman and Matt Godger are now looking to Goodger, so do apologize, going and fighting it out. So Matt Goodger, Scott, has got an opportunity here to get a podium position. Fabio Vero, 1.3 seconds behind likes of Mick, needs to make a bit of a climb. He's also trying to recover after a devastating race as Mick goes off. He clips the dirt, he clips the wall, and that is an Alpine a little bit more bent than it used to be. Matt onto the back of Dennis, chases their way up through Skyline, absolutely hammering it. Hammer and tongs, the two Mercedes AMG GT4s, not backing down. Dennis trying to hold a defensive line, and you can see Matt, slight lift of the throttle, tries to make it easy, bounces his way down the hill. Definitely not how you want to go down the likes of the mountain, but kept it out of the wall, lost out a bit of time. Dennis has an opportunity to start opening up the gap a little bit more. 1.6 seconds separating these two as they charge their way down through the order, and now looking to stay within the fight. A bit of a change going on. Mark Townsend onto the back of Max Farrell. This is 11th and 12th position, fighting it out between one another, and it looks like Max having to hang on tooth and nail at the moment as Mark all over the back of him, heading down the Conrad Straight. Cedric Merritt once again, unfortunately, turned around at the mountain, and a bit of a compromising spot as well. The 416 is landing up with a bit of a problem at the top of Skyline as well. So mistakes creeping in. 104 laps have been done by our race leader with 22 minutes to go. Plenty of racing out on track. Lots of support coming in. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I know you're out there in the virtual grandstands. I know you're standing on edge. Let me know, who are you supporting? Who are you wanting to see to the line? Which team is going to be standing at the sharp end of the field and saying, we survived the mountain, the 4 hours of Bathurst, here at the beautiful, beautiful series brought to you by HsR, ERA, and DSGR. 3 communities coming together to bring the fastest in the world to duke it out against one another in a great, great battle for 2024, and will be one of our very last insurances for Bathurst. Yeah, for 2024 for the series, but plenty more racing to come in, so definitely great to see. I see flags coming up of come on, that high flying for Fly Guys. The flag is going up for them. Beach Bug saying we're going in for the win, and that is the Aston Martin. I love to see it. I love to see the enthusiasm. Mark Townsend all over the back of Max Farrell, and now it is the Own It Surmount rookies getting put through the paces by the WRT team. Mark Townsend is doing everything he can. The Jetrix team not hanging back at all and looking to really throw down and throw the hammers at one another and the kitchen sink. The Flatline 6 versus the likes of the Lexus V8 small block that is shouting its way through, and we now got one of the Mustangs trying to get its way through, and that is Angel. But Townsend gonna go for the send, up on the inside, down the Conrad straight, side by side they go through the kink, and Townsend gets the pass. Max loses out a bit of momentum and gets a bit of a problem with the blue flag, loses out a bit more time. 1.3 seconds in one corner. Absolutely devastating blow, but don't count him out of the races yet. Ollie Harris has got 20 seconds added to his time, so this is definitely going to be a bit of a hurting situation for the McLaren as they try and keep that car going no matter what at this point. And now we got the fight for third place in the GT4. Matt and Dennis pushing each other along down the straight. Dennis stuck on the outside. Matt got the inside. He's got the advantage. Can he carry the momentum through the corner? Hard on the anchors, slings it through, gets the pass done. Dennis now down into fourth place. Matt's got to give it absolutely everything he's got to get the climb, but here comes the 3 GT3s that may change up the race for these two. Third place of the GT4s is on the cards here. Dennis pinched against the wall on the inside, loses out a bit of momentum on the climb, and now Matt is going to have to be very cautious of where these GT3s can get past him. He doesn't want to lose too much drive. Gets to the top of Skyline, stuck on the outside, swings back in, tries to keep it going, out onto the dirt, lost a bit of time, but he's able to swing it back in front of the nose of Max Farrell, who's just going to be a little bit worried about that one. Had to hit the anchors fairly hard, and it's both compromised time for him and also for Matt. He had to recover after dropping it off track. Dennis, though, 2.3 seconds behind. Going to lose out a bit of time, but did gain it through the forest elbow, so he's able to keep going. Cedric Moore, unfortunately, dropping wheel on the dirt as he's trying to get this Porsche around. That is a bit on the damaged side. He's going to have to be very cautious on the run. So much is happening out on track, and so much can still yet happen here in the world of endurance racing. The 4 hours of Bathurst is not over as yet, as we do see Dennis unfortunately forced out a little bit wide. He had to give the room for the GT3 and lost out that fraction of a moment. Diving to the pits though, that's going to be an early stop, and our leader of the GT4s trying to get round, as we do see that is one of our GT4s that's landed up in a bit of a hit, and that was Mick, I believe. Yes, it is. Mick, who's got a serious amount of damage to the front end of the car, trying to keep out of the way of everyone else, but he is definitely hurting, and now has the likes of Chris Wall up on the inside and charges his way through. So the Angry Weasel going and having a good time out there, seems to be on an easy run, but Mick, who is now hurting of note. Dennis, who's gone through pits, now 17 minutes left of the race. That had to be the final stop for him on the way through. So still plenty to go on. All drivers would have done their final stop by now. Our leader stuck in a little bit of a fight and has nowhere to go, trying to make up a bit of time here, and he has got a lot of pressure onto the back of him. Michael Tipnicker, who's running in 4th place, is in that BMW, hunting down to try and get a lap back on our race leader, who is caught behind one of the Ferraris. That is 16th position, Adam Hamilton Cooper, dealing with the situation at the moment. Does give a little bit of a lift, but Matt High now having to deal with Michael, who is all over the side of him. Michael's actually going to go for the pass and does so. Matt actually giving him that little bit of room, not wanting to fight, does give a lap back to 4th place, who is on the charge, 8 seconds behind the likes of Peter Yelnick, who's done a phenomenal run as a solo driver. And as part of our solo drivers, our top 3 overall are all solo drivers, folks. And that is 107 laps in, going 108, with 3 hours and 44 minutes completed of this race. You gotta take your hat off to these teams. You gotta take your hat off to the drivers. And solo drives are never an easy thing. And much as Johan Brun and Steve Byrne have been solo drives in the GT4s, so we've had many GT4 drivers that are going, and it's good to see Jill still out there doing everything he can in the number 1 Alpine that has been into the pits successfully 6 times, along with Prem Hay has been in the pit 6 times. Fabio Vera in the GT3, the 416, has been in the pits 8 times during the course of this race. So let's talk about positions and losses here with Likes of Brand, who's actually gone up 7 positions in the race. We have got Chris Wall, who's gone up 8 positions in the race for the team, so they've done really, really well. Big losses though, other than the retirements, Mark Townsend down 4 positions, and Michael Louis down 7 positions, starting in 6th, down into 13th. So that's definitely gone a bit of a telling story there. But as my co-commentator comes back into the box and looking a bit flustered as well, Darius, a bit of news from the front of your race as well. Well, you keep an eye on all this amazing action.
Yes, but I don't have good news from Spa.
Oh boy.
Apparently there has been a big incident that has rendered part of Rouge Radio unusable for race conditions, and now the race has been finally completely red flagged after 10 hours, and the race has been aborted.
So, shortest 24.
Still doesn't beat the 8.5 hours of Kyle Army, but we're getting there.
Fair. Touche. I give you that one, my friend. I give you that one. Well, while you've been gone, we've got a change up for 3rd place of our GT3s. Matt managing to GT4s. Sorry, Matt managing to get 3rd place ahead of Dennis, and has opened up a monstrous gap now, 22 seconds between them after taking that 3rd place. So it's been a great charge for that. Chris Wall now fighting against Matt Keys, who's 1.3 seconds ahead of him, with we going to get 9th place suddenly thrown against the wall, and it's a Mustang versus Nissan battle during the course of this as well. In the final 13 minutes of the race, there is still so much going on. You asked about what the positioning is. Matt High is 58 seconds ahead of Aiden Carter. Peter Yelnick is 57 seconds behind them. 7.5 seconds behind Peter is Michael Tipnicker. And then Sona Angel, 9.1 seconds behind that. Nick Banders is 7.5 seconds behind Charlie Morgan as they fight it out for 6th and 7th position. And closest fight on track is the Nissan versus the Mustang.
I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing a wall send live.
Okay, right. Well, you've been on the receiving end of it. Now you get to see it from an outside perspective. And, well, Matt Keys going and fighting it out. And Chris Wall, who went and said, we don't think we could get... What was his exact words? We don't think we're going to get higher than 9th place because we're not fast enough. I think that's all changed severely.
I think so too. I think so too. The Mustang looks like it's struggling, and he's 0.3 behind, 0.2. So I don't think this is over yet.
Well, let's see if Postman Chris is going to be able to get past Matt Keys, who's going to make life a little bit more difficult and show a little bit of a BS brick wall to stop the likes of Matt Keys. Charlie Morgan, though, in the 42, has lost it at the top of the hill and has lost out a bit of time, and it's going to be a slow car for these two that are coming rampaging down the hill. It is Godzilla versus the absolute stallion that is out there. The Mustang is going to be closing up. Charlie Morgan has lost out a position to Nick Mendez on a crucial part of the track, and is now going and have to make up a lot of time, sitting in 7th position. But this is 8th and 9th that are breathing down the neck of one another. So we take a look on board with Chris Wall. Is it going to be the wall send? He's lining it up, thought about it. The temptation is there. The voice, the little demon on the shoulder, is definitely talking in tongues, and Matt Keys is keeping a firm grasp on what he needs to do, as Chris is now getting uncomfortable and is looking to put the pressure on Matt Keys, who is breaking the toe ever so slightly at the moment and is not backing down from the fight. This is gonna get a little bit lively. This is what we love to see.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, I've got to say, Matt Keys, very defensive line, bit of defensive driver. We've seen that he's able to go elbows out when needed to. He's not getting the same pace as Chris Wall, but he's definitely making that Mustang wider than it actually is. And these two cars are wide as is.
Oh, Chris, come on, you can do it. I'm completely biased in this situation and I don't care.
Chris Wall getting a little bit boxed in there. Matt Keys, beautiful driving as they get past Dennis in the GT4 on the way through. Matt Keys hanging on for dear life. Chris Wall trying to go for the send down the hill. Can he get it done? He gets it nose cut off. Matt Keys is not holding back, and Chris having to go and get elbows out here. This is going to end one way. Both drivers leaning on each other, readjusting the rearview mirrors on one another, and making sure that this is going to be a race to remember. 9 minutes to go.
Have you seen that manipulated exit from Chris Wall? He compromised the corner to get the exit run. He might actually pull this off if his balls are big enough. And I'm all here for it.
Oh, Matt is going to also test the ruler here. Late on the anchors, very, very late with the Mustang, slamming it down the gears.
Trying for the switchback. Ah, it doesn't quite work.
Oh, they're going to have to get right behind our number one. The poor little Alpine's going to get bullied into the corner by these behemoths. Oh, man. Jules got absolutely assaulted there. That was definitely a P. Diddy party between the two of them. Our contact between Max Farrell and Michael Louie, who's in the wall. Michael Louie and Max are fighting it out, and Michael Louie is in the wall. Contact between the two. We're back to Chris Wall and Matt Keys fighting it out. Matt to the middle of the circuit, got to make it uncomfortable. Chris has got to go for the second contact with the two.
Wait.
Contact with the two, and it bounced back. That Nissan is unfortunately a very angry, extinct weasel at this point, and it just gets it off the curb. Oh, that's devastating. That is devastating. Let's go to the aerial cam on that. And Darius, give us your thoughts here.
I mean, Chris Wall's my teammate, but I'd consider this moving under braking.
This is ever so slight to the left. The space closed up and there was just nowhere to go.
Yeah, that was not necessary. Could have had the corner breaking down the inside, but he wanted the maximum runoff he can get, and that resulted in a collision for both of them and a lost position for both of them. So yeah, that was not nice.
Well, Ben Brown's not complaining at this point. He's up into 8th place and going, well, I got 5 seconds and I know 2 cars that are definitely going to have more than that as they make their way through. And take a look, Matt Keys now with a very, very bent Mustang, and that tells you the story. You can't see over the bonnet, you can't see past the steering that's at an angle. A GT4 is straight lining you and gapping you. I mean, this is absolutely devastating. Can I also point out, Darius, if you look at the windscreen wiper as well, it does move as well.
Yeah, well, the same thing in the Nissan.
You mean like that? That's also a bit bent out of shape. Both these cars are going to have to get into the pits and needing... This is going to be who's got the fastest mechanic. This is going to be who's got the fastest mechanic. I don't think this race between Matt Keys and Chris Wall is over. I think it's over for 8th place, but these two are going to be frustrated. There's going to be words behind those helmets, and if we talk about the red mist, you got 5 minutes and 44, and you are relying on those mechanics to get the car put together in some sort of racing condition so you can get back out there. I mean, this is where temperament is going to be critical.
Yes. Yes.
Mark Townsend gets the overtake as well, so he moves up into 9th place. They're going to be quite happy. The Getrix team have been on a monstrous run. Max Farrell, who is going past Matt Keys and Chris Hall. I mean, this is now out of the top 10. This is just gutting. But both teams, knowing Chris Wall and Lewis, knowing Matt Keys of the BS Motorsport, this is not the end of it. Both these cars are going to get put together, and it's going to be that 1 lap dash. That's for certain. And Jules still going around, got a bit of damage on the car. He's just trying to keep out of trouble. Matt High clips it onto the dirt. He's having a difficult time with the traffic. Everyone just cycling around. Everyone's race to lose. Matt High has lost a lot of time. He's in the train. And I do want to touch on to something. Aiden Carter is not holding back at the moment. He is trying to still throw in the fight for it. Michael, 4 seconds behind Peter in 3rd place, who is trying to make a bit of a climb. Matt Keys is out of the pits. Chris Wall is out of the pits. Down the straight, cold tires. It is all for nothing. These two are going to throw hands once again. And Darius, you know these drivers better than I. You know this track, and you know the cars. What can we expect?
If I know Chris Wall as my teammate well enough, red mist is a thing that hits, and given that incident, and him doing all the things right and the Mustang messing about, well, that's up for the stewards to decide. That's just my humble opinion.
Prem into the wall, he toes him back.
I'm thinking that Chris will go all in on this, knowing him.
This is chips down.
He will try to make this happen.
Well, you got 3 minutes. It's 11th position. It is pride. It is chase. It is everything. This is the Americans versus the Japanese. I hate to say it, it is the Americans versus the Japanese in a fight. And all I can say, the heat that is coming off both these cars from the drivers is everything. And I don't think both these drivers have got a fully fixed car. I think they're still sitting with a little bit of gremlin in there. Both just kind of wanted to get off the jacks as quick as possible to get racing and get back out on circuit.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, you can fix bodywork, you can fix suspension, but like if there's proper chassis damage, they will still carry it. They just wanted to fight this out as quick as possible, despite both losing like 4 positions with this, 3 to 4. So this is gonna get proper interesting.
Well, another interesting battle for 3rd place overall. Michael on the back of Peter.
And that's Chris Wall taking the position. Matt Keys fucked the first corner and Mr. Wall was there to profit.
Alright, well, Matt Keys is going to have to give a chase. 0.2, carrying the momentum. He's slightly out of the slipstream though. Bit of an interesting approach there. And Chris Wall now needs to carry a lot of uphill climb to break away from Matt Keys as they get forward. But we get told Matt High is on the final lap. It is the final lap for the 88 Aston Martin as they fight their way through. Adam Carter doing everything he can, but the order would have gone out to these two. Peter Jelnick and Michael Tipnicka have got one more lap to give it everything they got. Michael looks for the inside. Peter's doing everything he can. Elbows out racing between the two. And this is for all of it. This is for the money. And you can see Peter going across the nose of Michael. Both into the wall, clipping, and Peter bouncing off the wall. That is not what he planned out. And unfortunately, that turned into a bit of a nasty run. Darius, your thoughts on this?
I mean, you have to leave a smidge of space on the mountain for just that amount of reason. There's always a mistake that can happen, and like, I don't know, yeah, he made a mistake there, touches the wall, Topinka doesn't leave him space, Topinka nearly spins him round, and then pushes him into the wall and keeps on driving. I mean, do I have to say anything to this? Like, this is just, okay, this is the last lap of the race, I'm just going all in, and, I mean, with this, will this be given a penalty? Probably, I'd say.
Well,
but that's up for the stewards to decide.
Well, one team that has done it all, and that is Fry Guys Motorsport with OND. Matt High will be coming through. He's pulling around Sona Angel in the Mustang, but he has fought it out long enough against Aiden Carter, 44 seconds back. But Matt High will be taking the checkered flag for the Bathurst 4 hours endurance race right here at HsRxERAxDSGR. Well done and well deserved. 2nd place will go to Aiden Carter on a great drive through. He's done it all and has fought out a valiant effort, I have to admit, on his part. It's just absolutely epic stuff. Aiden Carter, well done, well deserved. And I think we can take our hats off onto a great recovery. Michael Tipnicka will be running in 3rd place. He's only 2.8 seconds away from Peter, but Peter's carrying a bit of damage after the hit. Sona Angel takes 5th place on the way through, but so many are coming across the line. And one car, oh no, it can't be. No! Somebody help him, please! Jules! Go! I think he's a little bit out of fuel. He's trying to limp his car through. Come on! Breathe! Go, little car, go! And Jules crosses the line. So the Alpine has finally crossed the line after it all. Great to see it. But man, oh man, the racing that we've had on this has gone into a great race. So much has gone on the course of it. Darius, there's some fights that we would have loved to see duke it out. Unfortunately, it was not to be, but still, you gotta take your hat off to the drivers coming across the line. Every single one of these teams 30 teams finishing the 4 hours of Bathurst. 7 retirements, unfortunately, but for those that have finished, we take our hat off to you.
Definitely. All of the drivers did a great job. Aiden did a great recovery. It's a shame that the race had to end with, or that this unfortunate incident with the blue flag had to happen, because I would love to see Mr. High and Mr. Carter duke that out for the entirety of the 4 hours. But I'd love that entertainment-wise. And for people like Jewel to just get it done, get it over the line after 4 hours and a lot of incidents. I'm very happy.
It's even like Prem Hire. We got to give it up for him. He went into the pits 7 times. Fabio Rivera 8 times into the pits, and they still got it across the line. You take your hat off to the drivers for doing that, and honestly, for the teams, that was incredible work. And to survive this type of race, folks, is no easy feat for every single one of them, and every team put in the effort. Honestly, gotta take my hats off to it. Congratulations to all. Great racing, and some proper picturesque racing in terms of, if you pull away a lot of the incidents and you look at it from a perspective of, this is what the race has been, there's a lot of positivity that can be taken away, and great sportsmanship that has been shown. But also, we've got to give it up for the fans as well that's been joining us throughout this entire race, being a part of it. It tells a story, Darius.
Yeah, it definitely does.
It's just great stuff. But Darius, it wasn't your race in the 24-hour, but sitting here in the commentary box, taking a look at this 4 hours, if you had to sum up your thoughts, what would it be?
Well, I mean, we've seen some great racing. We've seen some great racecraft. We've seen some, like, I'd say dodgy stuff. I mean, especially in the last hour with like 2 of the last oncoming fights. Like especially the entire thing between P3 and P4. That's something I was not really happy about, because that's something you can definitely solve more respectfully out on track and not like this. But maybe that's just my approach as a driver. And yeah, I mean, apart from that, we've seen great recoveries. We've seen some great overtakes, some great, like, getting done with blue flags and stuff like that. So I'm really glad that this worked out as it did. So I'm very thankful for you for having me, or suffering with me, or suffering through me rather, for the 4 hours.
It's been an honor having you. To be brutally honest, it's been an honor. I think all our racing fans out there in the virtual grandstands, I know they're very passionate about it all. They're very passionate about the racing. But I'm going to ask our entire virtual grandstand, I see you all out there, whether you're watching us live or you're watching it in the future, can we give a round of applause? Can we show some love for Darius, who is one of our top drivers racing and has taken a bit of chance behind the microphone? Can we give a bit of love and support for Darius on this? I'd love to see it from our virtual grandstands, because it's well earned. And yes, our profession, you know, we always talk about those moments, and I can see that there's definitely a lot of enthusiasm amongst our spectators, and even us, we have a lot of enthusiasm. There's a lot of passionate moments, but I've got to say, we've got to give it up to the drivers that cross the line. And out of respect to all the drivers that got across the line, for those that weren't even involved in incidents, the ones that have really fought it out there, I would like to go and ask our entire grandstand, everyone in the virtual grandstand, to please give a round of applause as a well done to all the teams that have crossed the line. Whether you love them, whether you hate them, 30 teams crossed the line. 37 teams started the race, and that is well deserved because that is 30 teams that survived the mountain. Come hell or high water, blood, sweat, and tears were shed on this track here tonight, and this was what it's for. Those passionate moments, we'll leave it to the stewards box, but for now, I would like to see everyone raise their flag, supporting their teams. I'd like to see the drivers that are sitting there in the grandstands with the teams to go and show the love. You guys have survived it all and done an incredible job. I think, Darius, that is the main importance here. That is what we've got to be looking at, and I think that is why we keep coming back every single time to push it as hard as we can here at HsRxERAxDSGR. 3 separate communities from around the world bringing the best of racing talent to come and race against one another, and they've done it right here. There's no other place I would rather be than right in this commentary box.
Definitely, that was worth 4 hours for the day. Definitely better than the red flag spa race, that's for sure.
That's it, and we've left more than enough spares here. But Darius, I think that's pretty much it for the 4 hours of Bathurst. Anything you would like to say to our virtual grandstand, to our amazing partners, and to everyone here in HsRxERAxDGSR?
Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you for standing my nonsense for 4 hours of just talking out of my ass and being alongside the great Mr. Koenig right here, who does an amazing commentary. I'd love being here, and depending on how this goes, or if my teammate's available or not, I might as well do that again. So thank you for listening to my bullshit, and thank you for bringing your drivers, and very much thank you to Own It for reviving the glorious Toyota. I love that.
There we go. There we go. The James Hunt of sim racing, folks. Darius. I'm not going to say your surname because I've butchered it so many times before. One day I'll get it right. Actually, Darius, for everyone out there, how do you say your surname?
My surname is Schmilewski, and Steven just calls me Swosmozguy.
There we go. I get it completely wrong. Schmilewski. That's the thing. Darius, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to you all for tuning in, being a part of us in the virtual grandstand. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell notification icon. Plenty more racing. Please go and take a look for HsR, ERA, and DGSR. Go out on SimGrid. Go look us up on the internet. Be a part of the racing action. Join in with all the fun. And join in with our Discords as well. We'd love to have you. We'd love to see you out on the grids. You're always welcome to be a part of it. And, well, give us a bit of an uphill climb for those. A big thank you to our admin for all the hard work that they've done. A massive congratulations to all the teams and the drivers. And we will see you next time right here on the ERA channel. From myself, Stephen Koenig, and from Darius, we'd like to say thank you very much. Have a good one. And like always, a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody.